It's time for Chapter 12, the conclusion of our analysis and review, and of course our great re-rank. But I have to start with our very special guest, our esteemed guest, our entertainer, the master of entertainment. It is Dio. What's up, Dio? Thanks for being here.
My pleasure. What's up, guys? What's up, Final Fam? It's the man, the myth, the legend, your favorite sibling, Excalibur.
Love that. Oh my god. And then over here we have the Dragoon King. There, just no words. Just grip the spear.
Me.
It me.
We know who I.
Yo, did you get that? Did you get that from We Can Be Heroes?
This?
No. When you say it me, did you get that?
Oh, it me.
Because I was, the sequel to Lava Girl and Shark Boy. I was watching it yesterday, and she goes, "It me," and I'm like. Wait a second, that's Dragoon King. He says that.
No, I have not got that from that. I've been saying that for as long as I can remember, but now I'm gonna watch that just so I can. I gotta see it for myself. That's funny. No, it's just it me.
I love Mike Sloan says Excalidio.
Excalidio.
The Excalidio. Oh man, I love it. It's so great. Everybody watching, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for being here. And we're gonna have fun with this one because this is us closing out Chapter 12. We are going to be talking about the naming rights. But what else comes with the naming rights in Chapter 12? Well, all of the remaining side quests, except for the Proto Relic, which we will have to cover next week. Because technically, you can't do it until Chapter 13, so that'll be next week. But yeah, all of the remaining side quests, that's 11 side quests. We're probably going to kind of breeze through some of them, but there's some good notes here and there, so we want to bring that to light as we go through them. And then, of course, we got our great re-rank. That's right. We are re-ranking. We're making some adjustments to our previous rankings. Now, in the future, I may not want to do this because I like the idea of locking it in, but the idea was, as we kept going, after every episode, we would sit in the off-air and we'd be like, man, I feel like I should have put this chapter above that one. This one should have came down. I made a mistake. And then I was like, I don't want us sitting on this and going, yeah, that's not I don't stand by it fully. So we want to make sure at the end of this series, we stand by our rankings and say, yeah, that's how I feel. And I can support that 100%. So I have allowed the panel to readjust the re-ranking. Yes, Bigglesworth, the re-ranking will happen. So we've kind of adjusted some stuff there. And of course, that will affect the official ranking of our scores combined, and we'll get the official ranking. But after today, that's it. We're locked in for the final 2 chapters. So at the final episode of this series, we will have our official rankings, and there will be no adjustments. And then we'll go into the Afterbirth Rebirth Award show. All right. So without further ado, let's jump right into this analysis, starting with where we left off, right? This is the day after the Loveless Play events. And as we go, please let us know if the mic volumes are sounding good for you so we can adjust them accordingly. Let us know in chat who needs to go up or down in volume. Now, let's go. Let's start with it right here. We're in the skies above Corel the next day. The Turks talk about the Promised Land, and it's safe to assume that the Temple and the Promised Land are one and the same. Good thing they let Aerith go. It was all part of their plan, because if the Ancient is heading there, well, it's got to be the right place. So Rufus is also on board this helicopter, and you know what? He's got an idea. He's got an idea regarding the Keystone being the prize of the naming rights tourney that's being held in the Musclehead Coliseum. Ain't that right, Dio? Excalidio.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hoo-ha-hee. Johnny Bravo. Hoo-ha-hee. Hoo-ha.
Wait, yeah, I just want to point out, you look remarkably healed since last we saw you.
Yeah. Yeah,
I feel good. I feel good.
It's the Mako
good,
bath. I had a Mako bath.
Yeah, not too bad. Oh man, I was looking for my balls, my pantyhose. I was gonna throw them over my head and just like try and give you PTSD. It looked like rude real quick. I had the glasses over.
That would have been great.
That would have been just like go down, come up real quick. Like, oh, we meet again.
We meet again. That would have been great. All right, so the naming rights begin here. But before that, Cloud strikes a pose that he did before storming the Shinra building. You guys catch that? Where he like kind of looks up, grabs the sword, and then he's like, let's bring this one home. And he's ready to go. I feel like in the original game, he like grabs a sword and he kind of runs up the stairs, right? Like, yeah. I remember that scene playing out. I can't remember if that was like what segment, but I know he grabs the sword and he runs up the stairs. I don't know if that was supposed to be a callback to that or just a callback to the Shinra building in Remake where he grabs the sword. But yeah, he's ready to go. And I just thought the thought crossed my mind. I was like, what if they made that the box art? Like they were like, it was Cloud in front of the Shinra building, awesome. And now it's Cloud in front of the Musclehead Coliseum. It's like Rebirth. Here's the box art.
That would have been pretty cool. And then what would part 3 be? Yeah, going up the crater.
Yeah. Well, it was funny because like beforehand, I was doing little like mock-up box arts, and I'm like, oh yeah, they should keep consistent throughout the trilogy of Cloud holding the Buster Sword, looking up at something, and I was like, it should be the Forgotten Capital, like looking at the Forgotten Capital, and then the next one should be the inside the crater, looking at or looking at Meteor or whatever. But like that would have been awesome to kind of keep that consistency, that throwback, the homage to the original PS1. But they obviously went with something different. So we are here. The naming rights begin. Scotch and Koch interrupt Dio's speech right here. And come in with this amazing rap. It's just so great, dude. I freaking ain't nobody want to hear. Yeah. This is great.
I loved this rap, bro. This thing became an earworm for me, like a dangerous earworm, where I was quoting it nonstop to myself, out loud, to people who didn't even know what the hell I was referencing. Like,
just ordering a coffee and doing the rap.
Yeah.
This was amazing. The first time playing this, it was Which would you? So Colin Bateman, thank you so much for saying that. I beforehand had like penciled down the idea of us doing this rap, and it would have been great. It would have been special, but we just weren't prepared enough. You can blame the paintress. You know what I mean? Blame the paintress, all right? But maybe for the Afterbirth award show? I don't know.
That'd be a great way to start it off.
That would be, oh my god. We'll even write our own lyrics to the Afterbirth award show.
Yeah.
Yes.
So down for that.
Oh my god, please. Oh, that would be amazing. So this yeah.
I got it stuck in my head. Just all the, I hate to break it to you, bitch, but you're out. See ya. Don't need you. Dude, oh man, now I wish we did practice. We should have. What are we doing, gentlemen? I mean, Dio's here. Dude, what are we doing?
We dropped the ball.
We dropped the ball here. We could have been Scotch and Koch while we had Dio here.
I would have loved to have been Scotch and Koch with you, man. Who's Scotch? Who's Koch? I don't know.
I like Scotch. He kind of reminds me of Bruce Campbell for some reason. I don't know what it is. I think it's the shape of his face. Like sometimes that look he has reminds me of Bruce. So
that's awesome. All right, so we get to fight some of their best goons. I mean, warriors. Yeah. Some of their best warriors in round one.
Commentary on this was great, dude.
Yeah, I really enjoyed hearing. I really enjoyed hearing their commentary as you're fighting. Of course, I turned the music down a little bit on my second playthrough so I can hear more of the dialogue, and it comes in a lot more clear without the music blasting. But the music is amazing too, so it depends on what you're looking for. Scotch and Koch are announcing the battles, and here we go, everybody. Repeat boss encounters galore. God. So if there was one thing I hit this chapter with is like, it's been there, done that. What are we doing? Like so many times. But anyways, so they do throw a little twist on it, and it's fun. It is a super fun twist. Love it. We got Corneo Cactars coming out here, rocking the little Donald Trump swoop.
Yep. Epic toupee. I love how Koch is like, I named them with love. Little Beauty, Pointy Guy, Lucky Spike. I don't know which is which.
I don't know which is which.
Dude, I like how he says that they can be raised with only a father's love that Corneo could provide. Just like,
what is that?
Like, I don't know what that means, but I mean, for as horrible of a person as the Don is, his Cactuar friends seem to really, really like being Don. What do they call him? Cacneo?
Cacneo. There it is, Cacneo.
Yeah. The Cacneo seem to be happy with their position, and the Donberries, of course, too, which we're gonna see in a moment.
You raised them yourself? I'm standing in the presence of a bona fide Cactuar whisper. Oh man. Anyways, I'm like reading their announcements, but
yeah.
So we fight the Corneo Cactars, the Cacneos. Guys, have any thoughts on the tourney so far? What do you think? We fought some goons. Now we fight the Cacneos.
Yes, sir. The only note I have on this is they have a plan, because he's talking about what's the strategy, and he's like, well, they have a plan. The plan's called how many times can you hit a guy with 1,000 needles before he's more Cactuar than man. I'm like, ooh. Yeah, I feel that one. Definitely got hit with some needles in my day.
Yeah, yeah. I did not play this on hard mode. Did either of you play on a hard mode this time around?
I played this part of it on hard, and then, but not this time around, because I've revisited this chapter before on hard. Yeah. So I've not. This playthrough, no, because I ran out of time. Yeah. This is the one.
Don't blame the paintress for Dragoon King. Blame Wizards 101.
Dude.
Childhood game. Dude, I want to go in.
I was playing it right before I came here. I was playing with Colin, Shadow Colin for the chat. I was playing with him right before. Nice. Right before I had to come join my lovely panelists at Dio. Pleasure is always to see you and talk. Yep,
of course.
But I did it for you guys because man, I was reliving my childhood when they said Wizard 101's on console. But anyway, enough about that.
Yeah. Wizards 101 fan TV.
Well, you'll see me on my own Wizard 101.
We could definitely do an Expedition fan TV. Let me tell you, and we will. A little tease for you Tuesday. Tune in. We're doing an Expedition 33 spoiler cast for you, and some other topics that I can't wait to dive into. So get ready for that. Now, I was stalling a little bit so I didn't have to fast forward in the video, because guess who's coming out now? It gets even better. We got Donberries.
Donberry.
The Donberries.
I wrote down in my notes here, how does the Don tame and quote-unquote donify so many fiends? Like, how is he going about this? Because I try to imagine him like being like almost like a zoologist, or like taking care of his little friends and giving them little toupees. Like what is going on here? This was cracking me up. I was hoping there'd be more Don creatures. Maybe part 3 will give us some more Dons to work with, but I love Donberries.
The Donberry was great. Scotch and Kotra announcing, talking about a little bit of history leading up to this point for the Don. He was chased out of Wall Market with his hopes of Neo Wall Market in shambles. His Corneo Land is his last great hope here to find, but also to change his brideless fate. We got to get this match over with to find him some sexy babes, is what they're saying. We got to get it right away. Anyways, so we still got Corneo. Here we go. And it's time for another repeat boss encounter from Remake, where we fight Abzu, but it's a Abzu jockey! Everybody go crazy, throw popcorn at the screen. God. It's an Abzu jockey!
Bro, I absolutely love this.
Yes. Yeah.
This was a great callback to Remake. This was a nice little surprise fight. Like, This is my favorite fight. Spoiler alert. I'm
Yep.
not going to wait. I'm just going to say it.
Do it.
This was such a breath of fresh air to me. I loved getting to pulverize this dude again and just having the Don on the battlefield while you're just beating some booty down. Like, it felt good, you know?
Dude. I gotta, if we're dropping a little squat, this is gonna be wild because this chapter has so many bangers, but this song that plays during this boss fight, oh my god, I love it. I don't know why they gave Don Corneo, of everybody in the game, such a banger boss track. I don't get it, because if you told me, like, if you told me, like, after this game ended or whatever, I'm like, oh yeah, like, who had some of the best boss music? And if I said Don Corneo, I would not have expected Don Corneo's boss battle music to be one of my favorite tracks in the game. But the mix of his ho-he, like, his laugh in the battle music just feels like you're like...
Is that the name of the song, or did you send it to me like that?
No. That is the name of the song.
Ho-hi mix or something like that?
That is the name of the... so it's Abzu and Don Corneo or whatever, and then ho-hi mix is also the name of the song. So...
Oh yeah.
Well, I can't even do it. It's so... It's so freaking funny, though, that they took his ho-he and made it into like this, like, almost like EM, like, like battle theme, man. Oh, I love this track.
I got to agree with, first XCOM says the jiggle physics on Don's belly. Love it.
That too.
And then Farther's saying Palmer also got a sick ass track for no reason. I agree.
Yeah.
The Anoran suppressor. Oh my god, dude. I think
that was tied for my best track.
I think that might have been my best track. That was
Northern
chapter
Suppressor
8,
and
right?
Best of Friends together again were like the two that were stuck on.
I did the Gus Funk. I couldn't deny that.
Gus Funk was a solid choice.
Yeah, that was up there.
Oh wait, we'll talk about it with the side quest, but the battle mix for Gus Funk makes an appearance here. This chapter is just full of really good music, man.
It is.
The date remixes, the saucer itself, all the saucer mini games, the boss battles, the roof is like all the boss battles have such good music. What is up? Like with this chapter, I know I've said this with other chapters. I'm like, oh yeah, this chapter had some of the best music, and it's hard to pick. I think this is the ultimate in like music. I feel like this.
Yeah, and then for Centurion's question there, you have the answer, don't you, Dragon King? This is not in the OST?
No, this one is in the OST.
This one is. Okay, this one is.
Yep.
I thought I remember you saying something about, like, it's a shame that it wasn't.
No, that's a different song. We'll talk about that when it pops up.
Gotcha.
The one I sent you the link to in case we wanted to play like a second of it. That one's not on the OST.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll talk about that in a second, because I got to get that prepared, Okay, to do the best songs for the best characters, Spartan says. All right, so the Don wants the ladies to strut their stuff, and he wants a good look. Weirdo, dude. What a weirdo. All right, after you defeat Don Corneo and you just freaking destroy this dude, it's going to be so funny when we get to see him in Wutai, because we're chasing him out of Midgar, we chase him out of the Gold Saucer, and he's got one place left to go, and it's Wutai. So that's going to be... That's good. It sounds like it's all coming together, because I would bet you it has something to do with Leslie and his girlfriend over there. I bet...
that would be a good tie-in.
Because, I mean, this is Leslie's kind of like history with the Don. It would wrap up nicely his story arc over in Wutai with the Don. Maybe Leslie's girlfriend is strapped to the freaking Dachau Mountain.
That's a really interesting point. I didn't even think about that, because we know that, like, not to jump too far, but like with the book that Leslie debuted in, the kids are already, like, we know him and his girl get together, like, they're back together. He does find her by the point of that story. So I'm curious if part 3 is going to show that, because like he's been on this like chase, and I'm curious to know like where they're building this up to, because I'm honestly surprised how much, and I'm happy for it, because I like Leslie Kyle. He's a really cool character, so I'm just surprised that they're giving him so much love in the re-trilogy.
Yeah.
So
like him and Kyrie. Yeah, they're kind of like
him and Kyrie. And
from
we
the
might
books.
eventually see Evan too somehow. Like if he comes in.
I'm actually surprised we didn't see him in this game, but I mean, I guess they're saving something for part 3.
I mean, the only thing is that I don't know how he would fit in, just because I think he doesn't really get to know the other two until the events of the book.
Yeah.
So
is Evan
if
stuck
they're
in
gonna
Midgar, like in the slums at this point? Is he still living in the Midgar area?
Yes, he wasn't living in the slums or whatever, like.
Yeah,
his story's
it's
weird,
been a
but
while. It's been a while.
It's been a while since I read that book, also. But to my recollection, he's still his story starts in Midgar.
So maybe when we parachute back in, or maybe when we visit Midgar again. Maybe when because you can always revisit Midgar, the slums area in the original game, and then you'll parachute in later on. But I think we might see Evan there.
Yeah, maybe him and Denzel will be hanging there.
Oh, snap.
Can you imagine?
Yo, we're bringing it all together. We're bringing it all together.
We're going crazy right
dude,
now.
I wouldn't put it past part 3, to be honest with you. So, yeah.
I'd like to see him. Like, they can't interact because obviously that has to happen later, but it'd be cool if, like, we got even if it was just like a glimpse of him.
Yeah.
It'd be just cooler to see younger that'd be 3 years before we meet him. So he'd be little.
Yeah.
I want to see little Denzel.
Shout out to Spartan for helping out on that. Evan does not leave Midgar topside until after Meteor. So Evan could be there when we parachute in. Could be a possibility. Anyways, this whole thing with Don, we get a little bit of the repeat of Remake when they put their feet on the beds. Like, dude, we smash them, we ripping them off. And then Barrett and Red kind of join in as well. I'll shoot them, I'll bite them off, is what Red said.
Yeah. Red's out here taking risks talking about it. I don't know if come on now, Red. Think it through, buddy.
I wish Kate would have been like, I'll scratch him off.
I'll scratch him off.
I'll scratch him off. Dude, I'm sorry. I just have to point this out. I had to write down this quote because this made me laugh. This was during the Dawn fight. I think it was Scotch who says this. These villains deceived the Dawn, taking advantage of his romantic nature. They ruined his bridal auditions and will never forgive him. I just love how they're like spinning this narrative. Also, I wonder if Dio's looking at these two and he's like, if I was Dio, you're actually here. Looking at Scotch and Koch and how great of a job they're doing, narrating, you should offer them a job. Yeah. I think they need to be a permanent part of the saucer, man. They're doing a killer job.
Scotch and Koch is not working out with the Don. Got to go to the Dio.
Oh, you guys catch this high five right here?
Oh, yeah.
Cloud gave Aerith the buddy high five, and then he kind of lingers with Tifa. I'm like, bro.
Funny, though, how this is the same. This is the same framing as he gave Aerith in remember the crane minigame or dungeon and Remake, and then they finally have the high five because they kind of had an awkward like and then at the end they do the high five. It's the same camera framing coming in and then the little slow lingering on the high five, and then they just I gotta say, I've never really given anybody a high five like that. It was just like the clap, and then
pretty sure you're not supposed to keep contact.
And then just leave. If I ever see you guys in person, that's what we're doing. I'm just gonna give you the high five, and it's gonna.
Wow, does that mean we got the intimate version of the high five?
Y'all missed the intimate version of the podcast last week when we went off air. y'all missed it. Y'all didn't unlock the intimate version. You didn't get full max intimacy with us, because let me tell you, when we went off air, freaking Dragoon King just ripped his shirt.
Yep. This is in honor of him this week. This is in honor of his physique.
Dude, yeah, actually, that's my physique under the shirt. Guys, I wish I was
recording.
I wish you recorded. I would have given you permission to put it in, but no, dude, I was so hot in that Sid costume. It's already hot in the room I'm in, and I'm wearing t-shirt, got the scarf, got that jacket, the gloves, goggles are like squeezing my brain noodle. I just, dude, we went IGN mode, yes.
Yeah.
I
just was laughing at Centurion saying that. That's hilarious.
That's what we said when I did
I made that joke, yeah. IGN mode.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it was too hot here, and I don't even remember what prompted me to do it. I think I just got up and went,
Just, guys, you didn't max out our affinity points. You know, you could have you could have seen that.
I will not rip this shirt off because I wanted to wear this last week when we did Sid. This was from the orchestra.
Love it.
Yeah,
That is such a cool shirt, dude.
Yeah,
I love that look, that design on that shirt. Good stuff.
I love it too. It's actually my wallpaper.
Good stuff. It seeps into everything, man. I need more Expedition 33, bro. It's every time you pick up something, he goes, good stuff. You know, like
Ow, wow.
ow, ow, wow.
Obviously.
I don't know. We're gonna do the spoiler cast next. I want to talk to you guys so bad. I want to talk to you so bad. You're like, yo, it's Final Fan TV. Why are you doing Expedition 33? I'm like, dude, you want this. You want this. Trust me. I'm excited. Anyways, let's get back on track. Not Zach on track. No more Zach in this one. In the rest of this one. So we're back on track. Here we go. Lights out, because guess what? Here the Turks are to come in and swoop in and take the keystone from Dio. It is Elena. And my God, do we have another repeat boss battle, where this one was actually from this game. This is a grudge match from Chapter 3 in the Mithril Mines, where we fought Elena and Rude. I kind of wondered if, I know we say this, I don't know if we said this before in Gongaga or whatever, because we, you know, in the original game, Reno was back at that point. I kind of wonder if Reno was supposed to be the battle here, but like Reno's return. But we know, you know, unfortunately, the voice actor, you know, passed away, and like, so there was some. They had their recorded lines, and that was it. And now they're gonna have to, unfortunately, find a way to recast for the next game. But it made me wonder, you know, if Reno was supposed to be here, because why? Like, wait, man, we're fighting the same boss fight. It really doesn't feel like anything's changed as far as strategy goes on how to beat them. Unless if I'm missing something, it seemed like a very, very familiar fight from Chapter 3.
Yeah, but it's a good fight. I was not complaining.
Yeah,
I love fighting.
It's still a fun fight. Yeah, it's still a fun fight, and it might have been my like best battle if it wasn't like, well, it's kind of we've already done it. But okay, so in order for this to be a fair fight, Dio,
I love this part.
Excalidio brings out the chairs for us to sit in, and just, you know, so generous,
dude. I love that Dio's just like, I'm gonna break the fourth wall for a moment so that you guys can engage in our mechanics. You need the bench.
Engage in our mechanics.
Well, the developers have allocated the bench to a rest spot and the vending machine for your items. Feel free to indulge in our game's fine mechanics. But no, like, I love that.
Did you guys catch that during the Rude and Elena fight, Dio gets a call from President Shinra?
Yes,
So,
I did.
It's setting this whole moment up. Yeah, he like calls him, and
Scotch and Koch said something because you hear his phone ringing, and they're like, "Oh, like I guess he's got to take a call." I think they say something like that, or he's like,
"Yeah, the president's on the line. Yeah. Must be important for Dio to walk away," and like, so he walks away. Yeah. Yep. So thank you, Spartan, for the elaboration on that. It was the VA for the Japanese VA of Reno, and I remember Nomura saying that he wasn't ready to recast, so he just kept the lines that they had recorded, and that was that. So it was the Japanese VA. Sorry, I didn't clarify there, but there you go.
I think that was. It's interesting you bring that point up for this part, because now that you mention it, this would have been a really cool spot to reintroduce, because it's very it would have brought in a different fight mechanic, because you would have had Reno this time, so would have made this scene a little different. And also just it's a very entertaining, very, you know, like spotlight on him type moment to bring him back, because I feel like I only really noticed the Elena being in places where it just felt like she was like unnecessary, like in the Proto Relic quest, I think it was 9, where it's like a training simulator and she's the training simulator guy. It's like, dude, didn't you just become a Turk? Yep. When did you why are you the training? Like, that's when I felt the presence of, or, you know, the unfortunate lack of presence from Reno's previous voice actor who had passed away before Rebirth. But yeah, like here, that's really interesting. I kind of wish it was Reno who got introduced here, because that would have made this scene, that would have been the hype moment of the chapter, having Reno
for sure.
come back.
Oh yeah.
Especially missing him in Gongaga Reactor, right? Because like that was in the original game. Reno and Rude were there kind of just hanging out, talking about Tifa and stuff. But yeah, now, I mean, and thinking about like missed opportunities here, and I'm not trying to I'm not dogging on it too much, but it's just like we get these repeat boss battles, but I'm like, man, we could, bring in the freaking Triceratops, man. Like, let's bring it. Dude, give me something. The same thought. Yeah. Oh man.
Floor opens up, just like for Hell House, but Triceratops comes up, bro. That would have.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Since we are dealing with Don Corneo and everything, I actually wouldn't have mind fighting the Hell House again. like that would have been a really cool. It's a very similar arena, and like just here comes Hell House 2.0. That would have been cool. Like if you want to reuse a boss battle, I would have liked that. I think. I don't know. It does feel like a lot of back-to-back because...
Don Homeo. It's the Hell House.
It's the...
Don Homeo.
Don Homeo. The house has got the...
It's just the house with the swoop.
It could have been the Hell House shaped like the mansion in Wall Market where Don was living, right? Like that would have been cool. But then it's like the same boss battle. I don't know. Because we fight human combatants, we fight the goons, then we fight the Turks, and then we're gonna fight Rufus. And I'm like, we could have livened it up with a really cool Hell House battle or something like that, Triceratops. Anyways, so this fight happens, and then during this fight, did you guys notice that Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith attempt that same move that they did back in the mines?
Yes.
Except this time, the Rude is privy to it, and he blocks it.
I even made a note of that. I said Rude definitely caught wind of that, because it almost took Elena out. He had to actually intervene when it happened in the mines, because they used that against Elena.
Yeah.
And it nearly took her off the cliff, and he had to intervene, catch both of them, and throw them off, because he's, a badass.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to think, it's like the I have the high ground type thing.
Yeah.
He just knows him too
Don't
well.
try it, Anakin.
Go try it. Like, why does that not work on Anakin? Because Obi-Wan killed Maul that way.
It's like the same move.
This is the high ground. It's the same thing. Like, it's like, that he's looking at this. He's like, you're going to try this trick again? And he starts thinking about left and right. Also, I pointed this out. What is this suit made of? He blocks Cloud's sword with his arm. Like,
my note is like, what does he know? John Wick's Taylor? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, dude, what the hell? Like, I feel like that was like bordering on the edge of cool, but I'm also like, bro, your arm should be gone, man.
Right.
I'm like, what? I got to know what your suit's made of. Otherwise, just something doesn't check out here.
Bro has like 8 vitality up materia or something.
So here we go. Rufus has entered the arena. And Cloud says, got my number this time. I think this is a reference to Remake, right? Like when they meet on the Shinra building. I don't remember, but I feel like he's like, I got your number or something like that. I can't remember exactly. Chat, help me out if you remember from Remake on top of the Shinra building. I feel like that was a reference, but he's like, got my number this time, and this is in italics. Or it might be a reference to earlier in the game. I don't know. So, here we go. Another same battle. Speaking of Remake's battle, I'm pretty sure this is the same battle as Remake's Rufus fight when on top of the Shinra building, because the strategy remains the same, right? You can hit him with a Braver. You can almost, like, isn't that an instant stagger if you can hit him with Braver? Instant stagger.
Yes.
So
he does have some new moves though. He definitely has some more tools in his kit, I feel like.
Okay.
He felt like more of a problem to me this time.
Yes.
I mean,
he was tough.
Remake he kicked my ass, but like Rebirth, I felt like he was really kicking my ass. Like the first time I played, I mean, the second time wasn't as bad, but I'm also very aggressive in my playstyle. So like that's just every game. So you can't be aggressive with him. Like he'll turn the table on you quick. And if you do play aggressive against him and he just keeps countering you, it's really funny because Dio will make a comment. He's like, it would be wise of my champions to like rethink their strategy. And then like Scotch and Koch will say something. I can't remember what they say, but it's something like, man, like what a bad idea. Like something to that effect. Like you get roasted if you don't do well against Rufus.
Yeah.
Which is really funny to me. If you just keep losing to him. I think the only difference, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, is Darkstar present for the entire fight in Remake?
Oh, in Remake, yes.
Because in this one, he comes in later. He does jump in at like the like quarter of a health bar, or maybe a little less than half, like 3/8 of a health bar, I think Rufus has, and then Darkstar jumps in.
Darkstar comes in and becomes even more of a problem, man. Like it was definitely a very tough fight, not gonna lie. I guess basically the same strategy works if you can land that braver attack. And I can't remember. Like there's a certain moment that you can block, and then right before he's done shooting, you start that braver animation up, and then you can land it. It became pretty easy once you start to get his like patterns down. He became easy. Darkstar comes in, and then you're like, like I got to deal with Darkstar before I can handle Rufus, and yeah, it was definitely a challenge. I think this might be my best battle, just because I know this was a challenge. I know this took me a long time to beat him, so I like that. I like the challenge of this. It's just unfortunate. It might change. Just unfortunate that it's like, oh man, all right, another Rufus battle that's pretty familiar. So. Mm-hmm. So he says, meet Kamui, my new gift to myself. I think this is his shotgun that he's talking about. So a little bit of information on a Kamui. Kamui can be seen as a representation of the divine forces that govern nature and human life. Ironic. Respect for nature is a reoccurring theme in the Ainu. I might be saying this wrong. This is Japanese folk tales, guys. Ainu, yeah. Ainu, folk tales. Kamui often serve as protectors or avengers of nature. How ironic that this Kamui belongs to Rufus. Shinra.
Very ironic.
Yeah. Very almost disgraceful that it's in the hands of Shinra right now. But yeah, so like the fact that they are, divine forces that govern nature and human life, or seen as protectors or avengers of nature. Crazy. Now, time to go chase after Kate Sith after we beat Rufus, because he's like, all right, that's it. Wait, let me just fast forward a little bit. All right. Boom, he escapes. He just, boom, we're getting out of here. Smoke Cloud, he's out. Cloud runs out. Because before this, I'm sorry, I missed that part. Kate runs off with the keystone. The Turks were tossing the keystone around, and they throw it to Kate Sith, and Kate Sith takes it and runs away. The rest of the party go while they stick around and fight Rufus. And now we're gonna go chase after him. I did not enjoy this. Like the hide and seek. I did not enjoy the hide and seek. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that. What do you think?
It was
I didn't mind it. I didn't mind. The only thing that I don't know how to describe this other than like sometimes when you're playing a game and something just, whether it's like the way that something's animated or the way that something is handled occurs, and you're like, oh yeah, this is a video game. They like it just reminded us in a video game when he's running, like here for example, and then he goes behind there, and then now you move, and you're like,
where'd he go?
Right, like it makes no sense.
I was keeping my eye on the whole time. That's
a perfect example of it where they did this throughout this entire thing, where he'll just run. Like I think when you're up by the Coliseum still, he runs behind a pillar where you have very clear view of everything around, and then you're able to move, and he's just not behind the pillar. I'm like, okay. Like, I don't want to say it was necessarily like lazy or anything, because it's
gamified.
Problematic. It's just game, but it definitely kind of took me out of the moment for a minute, because I'm like, dude, you're very clearly supposed to be there, but because I'm playing a video game, you're not.
Yeah.
Like if we weren't in a video game, bro, your neck.
Oh, you know what they say about curiosity and cats. Josh Z, thanks so much for writing in here with the super chat. throwing the gill, tossing the gill over here. I really appreciate you. Aerith and Tifa watching by the door during the fight against Rufus is amazing, is what Josh Z says. I think, they just had this understanding. They're like, all right, man, the boys got to work it out. The boys got to...
They just saw him do this with Roche.
Boys got to dance. Yeah, exactly. He's like, it's a guy thing.
It's a Shinra man thing.
It's a
these Shinra guys in there.
It's a testosterone thing, all right? Just going to have to back off a little bit. let us sort this out. So, yeah, they were just standing there waiting.
Moment.
Yeah,
this moment's rough, bro. Cat's out of the bag now.
Ooh, hit him with the pun. Hit him with the puns. So,
dude, this moment hit because, like, I knew it was gonna happen, but like I feel like this moment is so much better in Rebirth than we got in the OG.
Yeah, I have to.
Oh, for sure.
You know, like, man, just so much more punch to it.
I realized that Rebirth was doing something special when they actually made me invested in and care about Kate. I did not care about this character really at all in the original. Like, he was just sort of there for me. And in fact, there were some moments where I felt like, like, we'll talk about the scene in like 13, but like when he comes back in the original game, like that moment, like there are some moments where I feel like he just totally is so out of place, even in the original game, which, it's a wacky Final Fantasy thing to sometimes have these oddball characters, but he was just sometimes a bit too much. This game, man, I changed my mind on him entirely. I love Kate now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not afraid to admit, like, this part actually made me sad. And again, that's when I realized I was playing the game and he's like here all sad. Like, I remember I looked at Jackie the first time I was playing the game, like, dude, they made me care about Kate. I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I feel bad for my boy right now. When did this happen? Because she can tell you I did not care for this little
oh no.
MF.
I mean, yeah, and like in the original game, it's did he like just join the party back again like after he's like, I'm coming with you.
Well, you don't have this separation from him in the he basically just like well, first of all, the context is different because in the original game when he betrays you guys, he
Stopga.
Basically
Sloga. We're using Sloga. You got hit with the Stopga, bro. The whispers are here.
Oh no, am I sad?
I think you're back. No. Yeah, sadly.
Yeah, dude, what the hell, man?
You're good.
I'm back. No, I was sad. No, just all I was gonna say is, fuck, I lost my train of thought.
You said in the context was different.
That he holds you. He holds Marlene hostage, right? He's holding Marlene and Elmira hostage. And that's the only reason he stays in the group.
Oh,
is
man.
because he tells you in the original game, he's
that's
like,
right, yeah,
like, you might want to keep me around because
nobody likes you now. Like, so
right, like, you went from, oh wow, we don't like you because you betrayed us, and to like, oh wow,
to go to that extent.
You're also like an asshole, bro. Like,
right.
You were way worse. So they made it where at first, and I think he was kind of guilty about that in the original game, but not really. I never got that vibe.
Yeah, I think he apologized or something, right? On the high wind at some point, like
I think,
but it's kind
he was
of
just
like
willing to do what he needed to do. But in this game, he feels way more gutted about having to do it. It seems.
I like the emotional weight of Rebirth. This might be my best Rebirth. I don't know, but like, I think they did a really good job. Like I said throughout this series, I think there's a lot of scenes, a lot of character moments, especially character moments, when it comes to the main party. That I'm like, they did a really, really good job in Rebirth over the original, which is, man, that's so hard for me to say, but yeah, like. I agree. I like Kate Sith here. I liked how they kind of altered the story a little bit, and you definitely feel for Kate when the whole party is like kind of dogging on him. Sorry, Kate, you get a dog on him. No pun. It's a different one. It's
man.
I thought it was interesting, like how everybody I made a note of how they all generally reacted, like how Barrett, Yuffie, and Cloud were all very obviously like pissed off at Kate. They just, you can tell that they were mostly fueled by like anger as a response.
Yeah.
Whereas Red and Aerith seemed more like sad. They were just like almost like heartbroken. Like Red's even like, why would you do this? And Aerith seems to like just be, I mean, she even says, I wish I was a better judge of character. And Tifa, she's almost like merciful. And Aerith too, because Aerith seems to want to try and talk to him. And Tifa stops Barrett from destroying him.
Yeah, I saw that.
And that shot of like Barrett holding the gun and Kate, like you kind of see him like tense up a bit, looking up at Barrett. I was like, damn, bro. Like he was. Then he says he's not even worth the bullets. It's like, oh man, like, bro, like, I get it. He did a bad thing and he's an asshole.
For a moment there, it felt like we were friends.
Yeah.
Damn.
And then Cloud's line. Cloud's like, forget him, which is rich because Cloud can't even remember his own best friend. So
oopsie.
Yeah.
And plus, oopsie. And Cloud is also the one who has been throughout. Like, I trust him. I trust him.
That's
like,
right.
Yeah. He's been talking about trust for a while. So when Cloud does that, he goes, "Not you too." I don't know. I couldn't tell if he was talking to.
If it was for Aerith or. Yep, I thought the same thing. I feel like part of me feels like it was directed at Aerith for some reason, but I think it'd make more sense if it was for Cloud.
Yeah,
because
I couldn't quite
Cloud
tell.
has been the most like
standing
I'm
up
not going to
for
say
him.
like the closest, but I guess the closest to Kate in that, he was sticking up for him the most. He defended him. He put his trust in him.
I put my trust in That's it.
Very nice, Dan.
That's it. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. And that's and it takes us to the Tiny Bronco in Costa del Sol, where we're going to go because Vincent says he knows the Turks' radio frequencies. What's up, Dragoon King? Did I miss something?
No, I was just gonna say I like that they gave Sid and Vincent a moment to really shine in the plot. The two of them come together here to like kind of come in clutch as party members, even though they're not party members. Yeah. Vincent's the reason they're able to figure out where they're going, and Sid is the reason they're able to get where they're going. So it's cool because since they're so late and they're not even official party members, any moment, I always like paying attention to when those two can shine because they kind of need any, like you really need to like give up any moment. So it's cool that they get the spotlight. Vincent's saying that he knows their channels, and Sid's like, well, I got a transmitter on the Bronco. So they just, they're kind of working together to pull the weight in the party that the rest of the party would not have. I mean, think of it this way. If they didn't have Sid or Vincent right now, they'd be shit out of luck. Like, where would they go and what would they do? So I'm just giving them their flowers. Give shout out to those guys.
Hey, it's good that they were able to work in some relevancy for these guys, especially on the level that they did, because I mean they just kind of been sitting back. So nice to see them come to the front, especially in a moment when the party really needs them. When one of the other party members failed, really, Yeah. So it's kind of them stepping up.
Which it almost kind of sucks a little bit though for this, because when you go into chapter 13, that's the one where I spent all the time doing the side quest, not really in chapter 12. So chapter 13 is when I went back to the chapter select during hard mode to just knock out all the side quests, because you start right at the Tiny Bronco. But going around the world, and I'm just kind of like hanging out with the whole crew. But guess what? Kate Sith is missing. And I'm like, I can't take a group photo and like I want the whole group here. And I had this really sweet one where they were on a pier, and then like freaking Junon is in the background, and they're on the pier, and they're all kind of standing there on the pier. And I'm like, oh, dude, that's so cool. I took a picture of them all just chilling on the pier together. And then I was like, Kate Sith is missing. That sucks. Like, I really wanted them in the picture.
Wouldn't you do that in 12, though?
In chapter 12?
Because after you dock at Costa del Sol, you do have open worlds, so you could go back to that.
Oh, dude, you're right.
Pier, and you would have them all. I get why you would think that. Yeah, I know why you would think that initially, because I did the same thing. Most of my side questing for 12 was really in 13 before entering the temple.
You're right. You make a good point. Point.
Go make your photo, bro.
Let me go and readjust my ranking. It might put 12 up a little higher. So, all right. So what I want to do is I actually want to go to the survey Somebody said in the survey, but I even lost the point. No, that's right. It was Sid didn't have a side quest, which was kind of disappointing for them. Whereas Vincent did have a side quest. Sid did not. All right. So let's get into these side quests that we're talking about. Let's start knocking them out. So we're gonna start with hustle and grind, and I believe so. What we did for the interest of time and the also the consideration of the paintress, we have divided the side quests among us. So some of us will take lead on these side quests and do a little bit of a recap and some cool findings there, some analysis and stuff. So and then of course after the side quest we're going to do our great re-ranking. So stay tuned. Let's have some fun. Let's talk about hustle and grind. Take it away, Excalidio.
All right, so this is the Beck's Businesses side quest. It's a Barrett side quest, and you pick it up in Calm. Beck and his boys are looking to hire some new talent, but not without an interview process first. So when you approach, Burke is holding up a now recruiting sign, and Beck says they have excellent job security. So they start grilling Cloud for his personal details. He'll ask you a series of questions. If you give them your name, Barrett's a bit disappointed. He's like, seriously? But Beck comments that Cloud Strife's name is real poetic. Mm-hmm. If you don't give your name, Beck makes a note. Applicant has a rebellious disposition. When they ask you about your employment history, they're impressed if you say you're an ex-soldier. He says it explains why you're strong. If you refuse to answer, Beck responds, unemployed then. Then he asks you about your skill set. If you tell them pest control, Burke and Butch will basically vouch for you, saying, yeah, just like he did to us, because, you basically beat these guys up previously.
Yep.
You could say comic relief is your skill set, and Beck will comment that you don't look funny. If you refuse to tell them... If you just flat out refuse, because you get an option in each one of these where you basically ignore the question. It's just sort of a not interested response, right? So if you don't tell them about the skill set, Beck jots down, applicant has an uncharitable spirit.
That's great. Good to see the Beck's badasses back in this game. Of course, they were.
Oh, for sure.
They were there in one of the side quests in the chapter 2, right?
Yeah, it was a proto-relic.
Proto-relic quest.
Yeah. So they basically pretend to deliberate a little bit, but no matter what you do, they take you on because they need you to do the work for them. Kind of reminds me of Curier's tactics a little bit. Mm-hmm. Butch proudly proclaims that he's your superior and you are his you-perior. He's always got the malapropisms, right? This guy's always twisting every phrase. So they send you up on the old Midgar Highway.
Do recompense.
Recompense.
Do recompense. Another shout out to Justin Kazonis, who I spoke to on the show, who was the recording engineer. I gotta say it every time we talk about this, and I'm sure he's like, yeah, that's my legacy, thanks. I was talking to Justin Kazonis, lead recording engineer on these games, and I said, did you ever feel like you put your stamp on the game, like your input made it into the game? And he was like, yeah, actually, when he says do recompense, that was my recommendation.
That's really awesome, actually.
That's awesome,
dude. So they send you out to fight a bunch of fiends because they have to, finish up the paperwork. I gotta say, I really when I ran out here, I really wanted to see where the highway connected to the road, where you see the party walking in the epilogue at the end of intermission. I was looking everywhere to see if there were similarities and stuff like that in my first playthrough. So it was kind of cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, after cleaning up the fiends on the road, you get some thugs that show up, and they call Beck and the boys butt munchers. And these... So...
sorry, I just want to say, that's such a 90s insult. I love when the
Yes.
90s feel
Yep.
like seeps into Rebirth, like the Scotch Koch Beastie Boys
Yes.
rap and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, but so just be called a butt muncher sounds like such a 90s thing to call
Yes.
somebody. You butt muncher.
Yeah. Such like a Beavis and Butthead type of thing.
Yeah.
Man. Like,
Yeah, definitely. The three of us just do.
man.
I am the great clown Julio.
I don't have the flexibility to do that right now.
All right.
Oh man. Okay, so so these dudes show up. They are basically, where's my notes on this? These guys are in the OG. These are the Devil Ride enemy that you encounter outside of the Midgar area. And in the OG, it's kind of like a man bike fusion type thing, but obviously they just separated to man and bike here. And they tell the party, now you're going to get what's coming to you. And Barrett's like, I don't even know who the hell you are. Like, it's pretty fun.
Thanos energy there.
Yeah, for
I don't
sure.
even know who you are. so
then, go ahead.
I was just like, yeah, that was a really good like call or a pull on that with the motorcycle and the man like enemy from the original. Yeah, that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even put that together.
Yes, sir. So you obviously fight these guys after you smoke them. Let's see here. Where are we at? Okay, so basically after you beat these guys, the thugs call Beck a sellout. And they tell him he's supposed to be a rebel. You know, he says something to the extent of like, when we get knocked down, we don't cut and run. We play dead and live to fight another day. So obviously making a joke about how these goons always are like, you know, sprawled out in these funny positions playing dead. It's like their signature move. And so then he says something to him. He says something like, you ain't outlaws, you're in-laws. And Burke's like, I don't want to be in-laws. Like,
I don't want to be in-laws.
I don't want to be in-laws. So yeah, Beck basically laments that he lost his edge, and then he forms Beck's Bikers, band of outlaw bikers born to rule the open road. And he fires a couple shots at Cloud before you head off down the highway.
Oops.
Verbal shots. Oh yeah, there's the design. Yep, you see that?
That took up the entire screen, but yeah, there it is.
Yeah. So
you can just put it over me if you'd like. If it needs the real estate, you can just cover it.
I'm trying to make it
I
work.
love the arms on that thing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, just there we go.
Wow, that's yeah.
There he is.
Hey guys, it's me, Dragoon King.
That was supposed to be discreet. I was supposed to just drop it in there, like, yo, there it is, y'all, and then get rid of it. But that did not work. Anyways,
So
there
discreet,
he is.
bro.
It's called a devil
So
ride.
Yes, sir. So these guys basically burn rubber back toward Midgar, and so I'll bet you 2,000 gil that Beck's Bikers shows up in part 3 on the outskirts of Midgar somewhere for sure.
Very nice, because Han Ford wrote in on the survey. Do you think Beck's badasses will be back in part 3? If yes, how will they appear?
Beck's Bikers. That's what it's going to be.
Beck's Bikers.
So,
Question though, I was like, yo, they kind of feel like we're setting up almost like a freaking Mad Max style, maybe battle with these guys. That would be kind of cool.
that'd be dope.
That would be kind of cool. So we're
Mad Max.
Mad Max. Maybe you get to ride your motorcycle around the open world. I don't know. Wait a second. Oh, I'm getting a notification here that YouTube is not responding.
Uh-oh.
Please let me know if we are good, everybody.
Yeah, let me check.
You're not. YouTube is not receiving enough video. Maintain smooth streaming. Chat, let me know if we're okay. Let me know if we're okay. But in the meantime, I will keep talking to entertain you while we try to figure out this. But yeah, so we got you guys
Seems
live.
like it's live.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Thank you, Centauri. I really appreciate that. So yeah, like if we are on the road and we get to fight Beck's bikers, it just feels like we get maybe a little fight there. Do you guys think we'll go that far with it? Maybe back at Midgar, maybe on the upper plate we run into them again when we parachute in? I know I'm kind of that's the second time I've referenced that, but maybe
Is
it's
everybody just going to be
everybody.
in a parachute?
That's actually what part 3 is. It's actually just Midgar again. Sorry, everybody.
Parachute in with on a bike.
We've downscaled the scope, and it's just Midgar again. Get ready for
It's the freaking end game reveal. Like everybody who we've met across this journey is just in Midgard this one moment. Dude.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, Beck Spikers most likely will return. I think this is a setup to say that they will for sure. So.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Now
there's a little joke here at the end that's a nod to Jesse. Barrett says it's one hell of a life they're living, and Cloud says, "I gotta admit, I'm kind of jealous." Mm-hmm. And Barrett's like, "Huh?" And he's like, "Psych." Yep. And then that's basically the end.
Yeah.
So.
Psych. Oh, I like that little callback to Jesse, man.
So that wraps that one up.
Nice. And now we are going to go on to Tides of War and Worry. This is, of course, coming from Lord Fenton Gaming, by the way. This footage that I'm just grabbing from YouTube. So Tides of War and Worry. This was another Excalidio quest.
Yes, sir. All right, so this is a Yuffie quest. The kids under Junon are worried about war, and they're afraid they're going to get hit first. Cloud tells them not to worry because under Junon has no strategic value. Then he says it would get taken along with the rest of the city, but so long as you don't piss off the occupying forces, they probably won't beat the crap out of you. And Priscilla and the other kids are just kind of like, what? Yuffie obviously cannot believe he's saying this to these kids. Neither can I. I mean, like, what are you doing, Cloud? So Yuffie changes the subject.
On his old salt.
So Yuffie changes the subject. They should make the most of their reunion, so they decide to celebrate by putting on a show in the harbor, which means it's time for some Mr. Dolphin showboating. So here you get to repeat the Dolphin minigame, and I mean, it's pretty much this is almost the full extent of the side quest. It's not a huge one, so after your performance, the kids will comment on it. I thought it was funny if you do poorly, one kid will comment on how he liked how much you sucked, which I thought was cute.
Yo, that sounds like some shit I would say. Yo, man, that's how dog shit. That was awesome, bro. That was really good. Really
just for your entertainment, baby.
You being awful really spoke to me.
It really spoke to me, man.
My favorite part of the whole thing is how you were just absolute trash.
This reminds me of how you guys talk to me after the show. Thank you.
So that's how we talk during Chain Together.
Oh yeah.
Dan.
I don't know, but Dan.
Remember when we said hands up and then you were the only one. What was it? Was something about a foot or something? I can't remember.
Oh yeah,
because you were joking around and you were playing. Look, I can play it with my foot, and then we fell off the freaking.
It wasn't what it was. Is that I lifted up my foot. I was like, oh, hands up, and I lifted up my foot, and then when I dropped my foot, it nudged the controller.
That's when we fell off the cliff.
It fell off.
And then you were trying to blame me or something. I'm like, wait, we had our hands up. It wasn't us.
Well, my hands weren't on the controller. One was up, one was lifting my foot up. So my hand was not responsible for that. It was my foot.
So we had the Dolphin minigame again. I feel like this quest was basically just it's setting up. I feel like a lot of these quests actually are just setting up things that we can expect in part 3. Like, so
100%. Yep.
Yeah, and we're gonna revisit this whole topic about the war with Wu Tai and one of the quest lines that I have that continues on this setup for part 3, where we're gonna have we're gonna be in wartime in part 3. which is going to be
Oh,
different
yeah.
than the OG, man. I'm kind of
Yeah, it is.
kind of excited about that change.
Uncharted territory.
Yeah, that's a kind of an exciting change to the story, really, and I think it's going to be a good change. It definitely makes Wutai very interesting. So,
Yeah. All right. So, let's wrap this one up. So, Yuffie comments on how they need some super duper powerful orbs so they can give Sephiroth and Shinra what's coming to them. Then she tells the kids they got to pony up one materia each. Obviously, these kids don't have anything. So, and they're setting up Yuffie. You know, she's a materia girl living in a materia world. She's ready to pull the Grand Theft all those materia. She'll be gone in 60 seconds. You know what I'm saying?
and
So,
I am a materia girl.
so it's funny
world.
when the kids say they don't have any materia, Yuffie like tries to stop them from leaving without paying. She's like, "Hold on, you guys aren't going anywhere."
You can't leave without paying.
So let's see what else happens here. Priscilla gives Cloud a little forearm bump, tells him he has to come back and steal the submarine in part 3. Okay, I made that part up. But she does tell him to come back.
Gotta come back in the submarine part 3. We got a docking state. You're fine.
That's pretty much the quest right there.
Hold on a second. That's actually
Yeah.
genius, bro. Because we're going to talk about how the borders are going to tighten up during wartime. What's the best way to get into it when the borders are tightened up? It gives us a reason to use the submarine to go underwater to get back to Junon, right? Or like maybe. I'm thinking about it. I don't know. I'm just thinking.
Gotta go down Periscope, baby.
Yeah, maybe. And then the 7th Infantry's down there to like make sure they secure the dock.
Dude,
come back to
Coming up
Junon
on
in
that
time.
one.
Yeah, we are.
Wiley, you saying that just made me realize that I think almost every side quest here is just setting up a, oh yeah, we'll see you again in part 3.
Yeah, it really is.
100%.
Really is.
Almost every character feels like at the end of their side quest, it's like, all right, we'll see you later.
So
It's a farewell and I'll see you soon is what it is to every single side character.
yeah, a lot of these side quests. And like speaking of the 7th Infantry, here we are. Beneath still waters, and this is a 7th Infantry. I believe this is your last one, Excalidio.
I got one more after this, but
you do. Yes, you do. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, Beneath Still Waters, we got an era side quest. So, Cloud meets the 7th Infantry in the wasteland around Junon. They tell him a dangerous fiend has been terrorizing the area. And what's interesting here is the troopers continue referring to Cloud as Captain, like they never break from that.
Mm-hmm.
So we find out the Hellrider 2, an enemy who's in the OG in the Junon area, shows up.
Yep.
And Cloud basically tells all the infantrymen, fall back. So this dude shows up, you stomp him out, cut his tail off, and he bravely runs away. The Amazonian commander and her little homie, the adjutant, discuss how if the fiend isn't stopped, it could kill countless civilians.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So that part, that's coming up right here. So we get to see these characters again for the first time since Chapter 4, which is cool.
Yeah.
Nice little revisit, and man, I swear the commander is like Scarlett's big sister or something,
Let's go
bro.
say it, man. Little sister, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
Think she's older?
Know,
Oh, hey, man.
I think she's bigger. All right, so
say how we really feel about her. All right, let's move on.
All right.
Let's move on.
All right. So,
Anyways.
I love
tell
cannons.
Wiley's a dad. All right. So, all right, champ.
So many thoughts running through our heads. You could tell, like we're just like, nah. We'll just leave it. We'll leave it alone. Hoo-ha, he.
All right. So
Hey, pretty
all
mama.
right, so after you beat this dude, they'll head back to Junon to file a report about this and leave you to track down the beast. So you follow in hot pursuit on Chocoback.
Mm.
And this thing basically takes the party on a tour of every seaside cliff in Junon that you haven't been to. You go up all kinds of cliff faces and walls. They really get the most out of the Black Chocobo in this area here, following this guy. And
Wow.
let's see here.
Wow, what a really good place for that. No. Go bring it back down. Bring it back down.
Mm-hmm.
You see too much. No. You see, yeah, there you go.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, that's the original. That's the original Hell Rider.
I was about to say, why you gotta look like we're like two halves of the same person? I ain't never seen Lee and the Hell Rider in the same room before.
There they are, man. Look, he's even got Lee's spear. No, that's not a spear.
dude,
That's more of a hammer.
I'm literally the Hell Rider.
Yeah.
Bro, it was literally me.
Hell Rider is really cool in Rebirth, actually. I don't know. It wasn't the most thrilling fight, but it is an original fight, it feels like, right? Like, we haven't fought this guy. So
Cool design for sure.
yeah. So it might be my best battle. Who knows? We'll see. All right, go ahead.
right,
Take it away.
so-
Take it away.
So yeah, you follow this guy and you fight him again. There's not really any dialogue as you're tracking him down.
Mm.
And then you basically come back, neutralize him. The commander shows back up, and you can ask her a bunch of questions. And this is really where the meat of this side quest is. So if you don't ask her any questions, you basically get nothing out of this. But if you do ask her questions, you can learn a lot. So here we go. Okay. Where am I? So you find out the 7th Infantry was ordered to stay behind after the ceremony instead of being shipped back to Midgar, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting little tidbit. You also learn the Hell Rider was a bioweapon developed by R&D with the cooperation of Advanced Weaponry. It was being kept at the underwater facility, but it escaped during a recent incident. They suspect the Shinra Resistance Committee was involved. And the Shinra Resistance Committee is the faction led by Glenn Lodbrok.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to say, before we move on, the underwater facility seems like a very obvious nod to the underwater reactor below Junon
Yes.
from the OG. So we're already getting information, hints.
Tease
et
after
cetera.
tease, man.
Jeez, we're just there's this drop in front of
It's
us,
just
man.
just such a tease in this.
Just dangling the carrot in front of us,
Oh,
man.
dangle that carrot in my face,
Dang,
man.
you're like-
Just so right.
moving up.
Why did they say
moving
before say that? Well,
up.
well,
Well, uh-oh.
Let's keep on moving. Keep on
All
moving.
right, so we learned that when the troopers returned to Junon to file a report, they also requested reinforcements, and they weren't offered any because they were accused of fraternizing with the enemy. So this is interesting. So seems like the forces, the powers that be, know what's going on here.
Uh-huh.
The commander gives us some details on the Shinra Resistance Committee. They operate as independent cells, communicate with each other. The adjutant believes the committee released the monster on the city. Yeah. So the commander's myth, she said, whoever did it deserves to be trapped in a room full of tomberries.
She's going to find out.
She's going to find out who did it. She tells Cloud he did good out today. She never in her wildest dreams thought she'd have a soldier in her ranks, and one who keeps such unusual company at that. So this mention of soldier confirms that he's recognized as what he is by Shinra military. Because the story is a little bit ambiguous about this when you're running through Junon and these other areas. Like they all know. So maybe, that could be a little headcanon on why nobody's messing with him. It's like, none of our business. That's a soldier, whatever. But then the commander lists off the party's various affiliations: suspected terrorist, Wutaian ninja, escaped lab rat, and an ancient. So it's clear that she has good intel on the party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, who doesn't at this point? It feels
For
like
real. My name's Cloud Strife.
Cloud
Yeah, I like
Leonhardt
it.
Strife. The third.
Hey, is this a Shinra hosted event? Yeah, I'm Cloud Strife.
Right. Where do I sign my full name? Where do I put my thumbprint?
Where do you put the social security?
Do you need a strand of my hair? You want to pluck my hair? Here you go.
I still have my government ID if this
I
helps.
heard it's tasty.
My friends here? Oh, the ancient?
Bro's eating hair.
No way.
I got you.
That guy just ate my hair.
No way. So good.
Okay, so the commander tells her men that she's going to write the report to say how the 7th Infantry resolved the crisis on its own.
Mm-hmm.
So she's not going to rat the party out, but she tells you to leave before she changes her mind.
Yep.
So the adjutant says there's a chance that they'll all meet again someday. And
What?
One of the troop. Yeah, what does that? What does that mean? What could it mean?
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
so one of the troopers is like, "Thank you for your support, Captain," and then everyone except for the commander salutes Cloud, even the adjutant. They all salute him. So I'm like, bro, I think we know where this is going. Where's this going, Dan?
Well, it could be going into the submarine, or, as everybody is hoping for, the high wind, to either help the party escape from the Junon prison and kind of like get them onto the high wind and then take off and leave. Or it could be in the submarine where they're going to be down there helping out during that sequence of events as well. But I think everybody's kind of leaning towards the high wind. Probably.
Let's not forget, they need the high wind to parachute into Midgar.
I was about to say, what if, Dan,
at least
they could
3
just be
feet.
standing
Thank you.
They need to.
You brought that back. You brought the full circle there. You right.
They could just be at Midgar.
That's why you asked me
parachute
so directly. You wanted me to say when they parachute into Midgar, everybody's there. Everybody's here. It's like Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Everyone is here.
Everyone's
Hey, we have to thank Super Smash Bros. For getting Lee into Final Fantasy VII.
We
That is
do.
true.
That is where you started. He said, "Oh, I want to play that because Sephiroth is in Smash Bros." Right?
That is
Wow.
basically it.
That's
yeah.
the origin
And
story of that, dude. Isn't that crazy, y'all?
So when they added Sephiroth to Smash, I was like, man, I really got to get around to playing this game because all you who played Smash, you know that when Cloud was added, they had hardly any representation. It was just Midgar, and I think it was Let the Battles Begin and Fight On were the
Yeah.
only tracks that came with them. Then later on, they added Sephiroth. They added all the original artwork, like for their sprites. They added a whole like gauntlet of battles themed around Final Fantasy VII. They added, I think, like 6 or 7 new tracks, 2 of which were from Advent Children. I was like, man, look at
So
all the love they
crazy.
put into Sephiroth. I was like, yeah. First of all, I mean, Final Fantasy VII is the only game in, the only game in Smash Bros. That has music from an outside source that's not the game itself or related to the game.
Oh man, he's getting hit with that sloga again. Slow gaga. What is that?
Me?
Slow me? Slow gaga?
Oh, Lee Slow Gaga.
Lee. Man, sorry to interrupted your DK origin story. You froze again. You might
Nah,
need.
it's all good.
Oh no, you
Dude,
were
it's
just
all
doing
good.
a good frozen face.
I'm gonna restart.
Yeah, you're gonna do a restart. Yeah, you got to restart. I think. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a restart. So I'll be good. You're just recounting the next thing, so I'll be back.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
All right, cool. There we go. Hey, look, it's all good. The tiles are fine. So we didn't need him anyway. That's crazy. Turns out we didn't need him. No. So where do we leave off?
All right.
Yeah, I think we finished out the 7th Infantry, right? We finished this one out?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So basically another tease for part 3s where the 7th Infantry will meet us again, and like I said, could be the submarine or the high wind. I think everybody's leaning towards the high wind. I think they're going to end up on the high wind regardless. Yeah. I'm just saying, it could be the submarine. It could be they get off the high wind and help us on the submarine. We need a crew, is what I'm trying to say. Takes a crew.
I'm excited to see the commander in part 3, bro, because I mean, commander, I hardly know her. I want to get to know her. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you, there's so many thoughts in my mind.
I want my chance to what's the date structure look like in part 3? That's what I need to know.
Can we throw the commander on the Max Affinity? Can we do that? Centurion and Major Trenton quoting me over there. We didn't need him.
FFTV. All right. I'm writing it down.
We didn't need him.
Man.
All right. So we are done with this one. this side quest here. So that's going to bring us to our next one, and I'm going to bring that up here in a second. As we're going to go over, I guess I'll take over. I'll do the
All right.
Woodland Vigil. This one's going to be with Cisne over in Gungaga. Let me get the footage for you guys. Oh, here he comes. He's back. God,
Oh yeah.
he's back. Don't check the chat, Lee.
Think harder, Dragoon King.
Think harder.
Think harder. If only I could just think harder.
Lee, slow guy.
Lee, slow. That's great.
Yeah, sorry, Lee. I did make that joke as soon as you
No,
went out.
you're good, man. I would have done the same to you.
Oh,
I'm
God.
I'm on the verge of unplugging every single electronic device that's Wi-Fi connected in my phone.
Oh, yep. Hey, Lee, you got to reset your incident counter behind you.
Oh yeah, that's true. Days without incident, back to zero.
Oh my God. Can we ever just
Centaurian, put that in the chat.
All right, so I'll take it away with the Woodland Vigil. This one is with Cisne, and Aerith volunteers Cloud to help Cisne to, the investigate a disturbance that's happening over in the jungle. Now, they go to a couple observations.
Sorry, so we didn't need him?
Ignore that. Nothing happened.
Hey, for the record, I didn't say that nor agree. I was just here.
Thanks, Dio. I know you got my back. For the matter, I felt that he was very necessary for the analysis.
Now, full disclosure, I was flexing while he said it, so if that makes me complicit.
Yeah, Dio is known for flexing over dead bodies. he does flex over.
I can't help it.
So you go to a couple observation towers, you fight a couple enemies, you fight a gigantode, and then you go to Cisne, and this is where things happen, right? Cisne has been following them. Let's get to the meat of this analysis of the side quest. Cisne's been following them. Yeah, Cloud already knew that. Ask one question only to Cisne. Now, if you say someone who isn't with us, if you say who, like, what did she say? What did he say? Who are you with, or something like that, or who are you talking about? And she says someone who isn't with us anymore. Aerith puts her hand over her mouth in a silent gasp. He doesn't feel gone, is what Cisne says. Again, this is coming back to chapter 9 when we talk about Zack, and Aerith is like, I don't know, maybe like when she doesn't know, she doesn't feel his presence in the live stream. So Aerith doesn't feel like he's gone. Aerith doesn't know where Zack is, and for some reason, Cisne also has this weird eerie feeling like he doesn't feel gone. It's crazy there. And she says, I wish I could speak to him again, honestly, but that's for her sake, not his. And man, do I want to talk, but we'll save it for Tuesday. There's you know what I mean? There's something there. Anyways, she says, I stole a part of his life from him, and she kind of feels like she owes him for that. Now, what are we talking about here? We're talking about in Crisis Core when Cisne kind of what does she do? I feel like she kind of reports it or something, but she does let him go at some point. The last thing she did was let him and Cloud go. It was on that beach. Like, she had the option, or she had to call it in, but she gave them a head start or something like that, right?
Yeah,
because she's a Turk.
That sounds right.
And then, of course, if you ask her, "What are you hiding?" and she says that she knows who Cloud is. She reveals to him that she has met Cloud before, and then she scrambles to tell Aerith that it's not like that. It's not like that. And then Aerith says, "You got anything to say, Cloud?" Of course, Cloud doesn't remember. Because Cloud was in a freaking comatose state, like Kamakotos.
Kamakotos.
Kamakotos. That doesn't sound like a toast I want to eat.
No, not anymore. No.
No, it doesn't. We didn't get there. We didn't get there. Usually we get there. Then if you say, who are you really? And she says, truth is, that's none of your business. And Cloud is onto her, though. Cloud's onto her. He kind of puts all the pieces together, says, I know you work for Shinra. All the blah, 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 blah. And she cuts him off, and she says, whoa, okay, you can keep your theories to yourself, okay? I appreciate that. All right, if you keep your theories to yourself, because I kind of got a good thing going here where the people of this town think I'm just a girl from the city. And then... yeah, that's it. And then she'll say, the world is about to change. Nothing we can do about it. And Cisne says to Aerith that I can see what he saw in her, saw in you. So, you know, we're talking about Zack.
Yeah.
But yep, there you go. And that is the Woodland Vigil. So this one seems like it could be setting up some more. We'll see Cisne, especially when she's talking about that I've seen you before, and then she doesn't reveal any more information on that. She's like, that's it. You only one question, and I answered, and that's it. And she basically sets it up and says that, you know, maybe I'll see you again, and we'll talk about it more later or something. So this is of course another tease for part 3s, and yeah, we'll see Cisne again. Now we will go over to. I'm gonna give it to Dragoon King because you haven't done one yet. So I'm gonna give you Trouble in.
Bro.
What's up, dude?
I literally just went and turned off like every Wi-Fi connected device. I went over to my PS5. I turned it like it was in sleep mode. I turned it off. I turned off the Xbox. I turned off Jackie's PS5. Like I was like, okay, you're going off.
Bro.
You're going off. My
Picture's
phone's in
clear.
airplane mode.
Yeah, you're looking better
hey.
already.
You just casted haste, bro.
You're
good.
he's Taga.
Only thing I didn't. I have one of those like Wi-Fi litter boxes. If I get it again, I swear to God, I'm ripping it from the wall. Like it's so. All right. So where am I going?
Lee, you're going to take us over to Costa del Sol, where we're going to be talking about Trouble in Paradise. Oh no! So take it.
Oh my! All right, let me get to my page on that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Where? That's choke. Okay, there we go. Trouble in Paradise. Okay, so if you know, I don't get. Oh, for a second, I saw the buffer on the stream, and I was like, no, please. Dio, I request that if I start. Oh no, he's de-Dioing. He's de-Dio'd. No.
Hold on, let me try. I just need to try something.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh my God!
I'm giving you a job. If I start freezing for a second, you just got to start flexing, just to entertain the people, and then I'll come back in and we'll be good. Sorry for the internet trouble, guys. All right, but anyway, so Trouble in Paradise. We catch up with our boy Mayor Capono. He's not really our boy. This guy's kind of a scumbag, but whatever.
Oh,
he basically, you know. Sorry, I know I have such an eloquent way of describing.
I think you may have ADHD.
Oh, I may have ADHD.
You're like me. You're like me.
So anyway, so Capono says thanks to Cloud for handling the Hojo mess.
Mm-hmm.
He then asks if there's anything he could do for him, but then proceeds to make Cloud do things for him anyway. So like, he immediately is like, "Hey, you know, anything I could do for you?" And then they start talking, and then he's like, "You know what? Actually, I got a job for you. But if you talk to Capono, a couple things he brings up. You can talk about Johnny, to which he calls an ungrateful schlub." And he says that he hopes he's enjoying his 15 minutes of fame because he suspects that, you know, he's just going to lose it and run back into the dirt and be, you know, on hard luck again. He's kind of preying on his downfall.
Man, you don't talk trash about Johnny, man. Come on.
I know.
Now I really hate him.
Best bro.
This was interesting. You talked to him about Hojo. He says that he wasn't expecting Hojo to do something so crazy. However, while he was upset about the damages that were done, he is happy that his resort is now cemented as part of Shinra's like history and legacy, that they had something important happen there regarding Shinra. So, you know what?
Wow.
thought that was interesting. He's like, oh yeah, I don't care that my residents almost like died. It's kind of cool that we have a foothold and we have this little cornerstone of Shinra history.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing he talked about is the damages. Despite some people being hurt, there were no deaths, thankfully. Capono sees what Hojo did as a service, since it got the robes off the resort. And also, we find out that Shinra provided a generous donation. So I guess that they gave him some hush money. Like keep this under wraps. Don't let the word get out. But yeah, so Capono is looking at the bright side of things. But for like the bright sides, they're all, if you read between the lines, it's mostly just about how he got away with it, like money wise, or how how it fed into his pockets. But anyway, Capono then wants to hire Cloud to do a job for him. He wants to track down a merc who was supposed to kill fiends on a beach for him. Well, it was our favorite, Wiley. We're familiar with our favorite, cook session here. It was Kyrie. So basically, she took the money and just had a fun old beach excursion with it. Kyrie's beach adventure. She went out, had a good time, and Capono wants to have her dealt with. Is basically the terminology he keeps. Take care of it is what he keeps saying. He says take care of that merc. Yuffie is your partner for this quest, and she's very unsettled by this, but Cloud says that he agrees with Capono, which I thought was funny. Like he's kind of in agreement with Capono about Kyrie being a nuisance. But we see Kyrie on the beach. Basically we find out that, like every other time we've seen her before, she was planning on having Cloud do all the work. She was expecting him to catch wind of what she was doing and show up, and here she is, her bubbly, cheery self. And he's like, okay, so goes up to her. She says that she was planning on making Cloud do her job. She calls him a slacker. And then Yuffie, in response to her calling Cloud a slacker, says, "Man, this girl's got some nerve." And coming from me, that's saying a lot. That was funny. Yeah, so Kyrie
from her peer group.
Yeah, really. So Kyrie blackmails Cloud by saying that if the problem isn't dealt with, it's his name and his reputation that's going to be on the line. Because basically, what we learn is that she's kind of, despite the fact that most of her promotions are self-centered, she's making it sound like it's a partnership with her and Cloud to a lot of people, and that she's like almost like the manager. She's the face of their operation while Cloud does the work. So if Cloud doesn't go and do the job that she signed them up for, it's his name that's going to ultimately get, torn apart and besmirched. So you got to go do it. Now, I thankfully played this on New Game Plus, so I didn't need to go get the parts, but you do have to travel and take on, the bait requires you to get parts from rare beasts in Gungaga and Cosmo Canyon, but I'm not going to get into all that because, if I'm being honest with you guys, I didn't have to go do that, so don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I had the parts. So anyway, when talking to Carrie after accepting quest, she says that she will handle the customer crap, since Cloud is not good with that, while he can go and deal with the fiend. So you go to the beach, and after defeating the fiends, Yuffie asks how they plan to address the mayor's other request. She says lying isn't best, but she doesn't believe that Kyrie deserves, So she's basically saying, the lying that Kyrie is doing, that's not a good look, but you know what? She doesn't need to die over it. Yuffie, that's I find that to be a pretty fair assessment. So she says that she doesn't deserve to die, to which Cloud says, not yet at least. You go back to
cold.
I know, he's mad cold. Dude, he's so colder. It's kind of funny. You go back to Kyrie.
He threatens, grabs his sword.
Dude, yeah. So Kyrie is pleased that Cloud did the job, but then Cloud says that there's another request that he needs to take care of, and it was to take care of you. He then reaches for the sword. Then Kyrie panics, wondering why why would Capono have Cloud take care of her? And why would he have you take care of your own business partner? Clearly showing how disillusioned she is with everything. Now, there are a couple of dialogue options, but they're not really anything too deep. This one though, where you say "think long and hard," Kyrie initially suspects that it may be because she is too gorgeous, and that she needs to be put down for it. She is a distraction for Cloud, and he can't get, she can't get in the way of their work. Is more or less the reason that she comes up with initially.
This kid, gorgeous and humble. Wow.
Yeah,
Humble.
she's very humble. So anyway, so she goes, or rather, Cloud goes, "That's the best you can come up with." She then panics again, saying that maybe because she was calling herself a merc and pushing all the work onto Cloud. I think at that point she was thinking harder, and she realized the error of her ways. Sometimes I wish I could think harder.
Just,
But anyway, sometimes wish I could think harder.
just, you know what I mean, guys?
You know what I mean. But yeah, so basically after telling him all that stuff, Cloud gets a little pissed and says, "Do you want to die?"
You want to die?
And then he's clearly unamused. But then Muriel, I think I'm saying her name right. It's Muriel?
Murray.
Murray?
Murray.
Is it Murray?
Yeah.
I've never actually
Muriel.
paid attention to how they're saying her name.
I think it's Murray. Yeah, this old lady.
Huh.
The
Angel of the Slums.
Angel
thought
of
it
the
was-
Slums.
thought it was Mirie, like Kyrie, but
Mirie?
Is it Muriel?
Murray, Marriott. All right.
Meryl? Maybe it's
We're
Meryl.
working on my French.
Meryl.
Muriel.
I know.
I like Muriel because
Bonjour, mon ami. You know what I mean? Bonjour.
Mon ami.
Putain.
Mon ami.
Mon ami. Bonjour, mon ami. Putain.
So, what was all right? So anyway, well, I like Muriel. That's cool. We'll go with that.
Sure.
So yeah,
Probably Meryl.
She comes to the beach because she heard yeah, watch it be what I thought it was. Anyway, so she comes to the beach because she heard about a merc. Being her granddaughter, Mirie says that Kyrie should have picked her targets more carefully, referring to the mayor. Basically, we're learning that, I think Kyrie's beach excursion, a large part of that was robbing the mayor, you know, which, but the mayor said that she had a beach party with it, more or less, whereas Mirie is more about, like, doing the Robin Hood act. So I don't know if how much of that money Kyrie was going to give to the less fortunate and how much she just had a party with. But either way, she should pick her targets more carefully.
Mm-hmm.
And Mirie rants about Kyrie's methods being sloppy, and Kyrie does not want to hear it. And this is where it gets interesting, because Yuffie is listening to her getting, like, lectured by her elder figure in her life, her grandma, like almost like a parental figure. And Yuffie starts resonating with Kyrie, saying that parents sometimes do what they think is best, or they have their best intentions in mind, but really it's to get what they want, and it sucks. And we learned that Mirie wants to shape Kyrie into the next, Angel of the Slums. Like she wants to make her into something of her own image. But she realizes that Kyrie, through Kyrie's dialogue with her, Kyrie brings it to mind that she wants to do it her own way. And the two of them end this by partnering up and deciding to rob the mayor blind while he's not expecting it. And it's a very sweet, I loved robbing people with my grandma, so I related to this quest pretty heavily. Just
it
New
hit
York
home
things.
for you, I guess.
It hit home, yeah, just the New York state of mind. But and basically the quest ends more or less there, but you do talk to Capono, and you find out something really funny. But hang on, so Kyrie tells her, "Great, I just want to make sure I'm up to speed here." So I'm not used to leading, if you notice. I'm trying to do my best here. I had to take the notes differently. Thanks, bro. Usually I'm not the lead guy, so this is
Doing great.
Thanks. So. Anyway, Cloud. Oh, this was funny. Yeah. So Cloud tells Mirie to make her. This reminded me of something we saw earlier. Cloud tells Mirie to make her stay in Midgar. After they go to rob the mayor, Mirie and Kyrie decide that they are going to go back to Midgar because the slums need them. To which Cloud tells Mirie to make her stay, but Mirie says that trying is about all she can do, and that reminded me a lot of the Zack and Elmira conversation, with Zack saying to Elmira, "Oh, make sure Aerith stays behind." And what does Elmira say? Something to the same effect. "Oh yeah, that's about all I can do." And he just sort of, laughs a bit, but then gets very serious about it. It was a little different here. Cloud mostly just seemed pissed about it. Like, no, please, like, actually make her stay. Like, I don't want to keep dealing with this anymore. She needs to stay at Midgar.
We were right.
So,
yeah. I mean, I don't know but if it is French.
AnnounceNames.com.
Anyway.
Here comes
Kyrie thanks Yuffie for standing up for her. Yuffie was too pissed to not chime in. They fist bump in the name of girl power. They go off, rob the mayor. And then Capono, when you talk to him, he learns that you chased her out of town. He's not thrilled about that. He'd rather you have killed her, but he is satisfied nonetheless. Capono learns that he was robbed and that they even found the secret safe. So I'm under the impression this guy has like no money left, which is kind of funny. That they took everything from him. And they leave a note at the scene of the robbery. We hereby bequeath your ill-gotten gains to the more deserving masses, the first and third guardian angels of the slum, radiant saviors of the sun-kissed. And Yuffie finds this note really cute and awesome, and that's it. That's the end of the quest. Like she says, "You go, girls."
Yeah.
And that was pretty much it. It's a cute little quest. I like that we get an end to Kyrie. Will we see her in Midgar when we? Dude, they set it up. She's in Midgar. We're gonna see her when we parachute in.
Probably when we parachute in. Honestly, that's probably yeah. I think that's probably gonna be what happens. She might even parachute with us. Actually,
dude, even better.
Well, if she's the Guardians of the Slums, she's probably gonna be there in the slums, right? Like maybe when we go back and we revisit to go get what is it, Tifa's weapon down there, Tifa's ultimate weapon. So maybe they're there, Maybe we got to help them out in order to get what we need for Tifa's weapon. It's Mireia. Mireille.
But dude, one thing I just know, I mean, I gotta read that book again because honestly, playing through Rebirth makes me appreciate that the kids are all right more. Which I enjoyed that book a lot, but they said the first and third guardian angels of the slums. Now, chat, if anybody here remembers that book better than me, it's been like a few years since I read it. Do we remember what happened to Kyrie's mom? Because the implication I'm getting here, or maybe her dad, but one of her parents was the second guardian angel of the slum.
Yep.
Huh. Yeah.
So, because they say the first and third guardian angel, but we hear nothing about. And I want to say, I mean, it is Final Fantasy VII, so like.
Mm-hmm.
Take a shot for every time somebody has a dead parent. But like everybody's parent is like, listen, man, like, come on now, look at the party. Like, how many people are Tifa?
If we're lucky,
Aaron,
Sephiroth will
Cloud,
take over. Use it as
man.
Yeah.
I think parents are forced optional in Final Fantasy.
Forced optional,
dude. I think
really sucks.
There.
Really sucks when you get older and you start watching like Disney movies and you're just like, why is the father in all of these movies either like terrible, like really horrible, or dead? I'm like, man. But so here we go.
Cute little quest. I liked it.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, this is another tease for part 3s. So because we're gonna get probably the Guardians of the Slum. We kind of set that up where we might meet them when we return to Midgar slums. So next up on our list here is going to be the Victim of Circumstance, and that's mine. That's my it's my quest line. So let me bring up my notes for this one. So we get a return character from Intermission DLC for Remake. Gige is back. And interesting dialogue here right off the rip is when he says, who's your company here? You got some odd company. And then he goes, small world. Or it really is a small world. This implies to me that Gige knows who Cloud is. Right? And that's what that means. Like, because he just says, really is a small world. And then, what do you mean by that? Oh, nothing. Nope. Just glad you're okay. And, like, he moves on quickly from it. So, anyways, I don't know what that was supposed to mean. If you ask him about the fall of the plate, he talks about how he reported back to HQ about plate fall. Couldn't save all of the lives. Okay, go ahead.
Pause.
Yes, pause.
I hate to do this.
Okay.
Is he... This might be a reach, but he's not making a connection between Cloud and his non-dad, right?
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? Like, you
his
know what I'm
terrible
saying? You know what I
not
mean? You know
dead
what I'm saying?
father, terrible
Yeah,
dead. His
sorry,
Disney
Dan.
dad.
Sorry, Dan. Moving on.
Cloud's Disney.
Small world. I saw a guy with the same haircut not too long ago. He's part of the Shinra Resistance Committee. So am I. Funny story. All right, let's move on.
He said, yeah, he says that he reported. Hey there, pretty mama. He reported to HQ about Platefall. Couldn't save all the lives, although he wanted to save all the lives, he just couldn't do it. And then he was kind of really shaken up about it. Shaken up about it? I've heard it both ways. Talks about the SRC, the Shinra Resistance Committee, banding together to fight against Shinra. This is, of course, kind of tying back in with that side quest we Excalidio talked about earlier. Now, Wutai will be at the heart of the fight. And this is, of course, a setup for that all-out war in Part 3. He talks about how Neo in the group, this is the other Avalanche members, stayed in Cosmo Canyon. And of course, we met them in the Proto Relic quest. Now, he's going to want you to track down a fiend and take them out for him. This is where you get the vibro detector. You're...
that name, though.
Oh, I was going to say something. I'm
Vibro detector.
Vibro detector? Never heard of that one. Oh, man. Your favorite toy. Mini game. It's a mini sandworm from the Dune. When you find it from Dune, right, guys? You know the mini sandworm thing?
I remember.
You remember that from Dune. Anyways, you use a little vibro detector. It'll beep, beep. Little beep beep, little blue circle, get close, whoop whoop whoop, big worm, fight it, done, get it. Might be my best battle. I like this one actually. This actually could be the contender for best battle for me. You fight it, it's a Giga Worm. That's what it's actually called. Now, you meet back up with Jige after you fight this worm. I don't really have much to say about the fight itself. I mean, it was just fun. I like it. It goes underground. If you do if you wait and you time it perfectly, let me tell you how good I was after playing Expedition 33. I did it out of instinct. I tapped the R1 button as it was about to attack me, and thankfully, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was on the money and put the little parent, like the little block on the R1, and that thing pops out, and I went ping, and I was like, I nullified your whole attack, bro. Like where's my parry? Where's everyone? Like, just come back at him, boom. But anyways, I was like parrying the crap out of this thing after playing Expedition 33.
Hey Dan. It sounds like you know how to handle a Giga Worm.
Oh, man, let me tell you, man, I have experience with that. It's just
you and the vibro detector.
Yeah,
right?
it's really hard to control sometimes, but sometimes you just gotta find a way to tame it. You know? Yeah. Me and the vibro detector. Not me, but the worm and the vibro detector really do a good job. If you know what I'm saying. Oh boy, Shinra has been making moves against the resistance. This is what Jige informs us. Borders are about to tighten up. Ooh, reinforcing our theory. That's going to be how they handle world exploration in Part 3, gating off Wutai at the very start of Part 3, right? So if you get the high wind, you're not going to be able to freely fly over to Wutai and start that quest. It's going to be like, whoa, no fly zone. We are in wartime. And it might even be like, hey, you fly over to Midgar. That's going to be another excuse for you not to be able to fly over Midgar. Because I had always thought about it, and I'm like, listen, Midgar is not to scale. All right? On the world map, it is gigantic, but it is still not to scale of how Remake portrayed Midgar. And I even made a video on that, talking about how, like, from the church all the way to this part was a certain amount of meters. I broke it down mathematically for you guys, and it would show that Midgar was going to take up the entire eastern continent, pretty much. It was kind of crazy.
I remember.
So yeah, I made that video explaining that it is still not to scale when it's sitting there on the world map. So you're not going to be able to fly over Midgar and see how it's not to scale, I would think. I don't know. I think it'll kind of have like this little force field to make you fly around it. Like an invisible force field. Like, hey, no fly zone.
I mean, if they got the sister Ray and Junon, they probably got like the little sister Ray and cousin Ray and some other stuff. And
yeah, cousin Ray,
cousin Ray, yeah,
Uncle Ray, just
Uncle Ray.
Uncle Ray.
Yeah, everybody's got a cousin Ray. They got their Uncle Ray.
Brother Devon, he's out there. So, oh my God, so good. Now, yeah, so like the whole fact that they're tightening up borders is kind of like, hey, this is how we're going to gate off certain areas in the next part. I think that's smart. I think that is really smart to kind of gate some of these exploration, and we're going to talk about that a whole lot more in our Hypecast. So I'm excited to return to that topic. Now, Yuffie says that she will return home to Wutai when she's collected enough powerful materia. Again, we kind of talked about this, and now my theory personally, and we don't have to go through the whole thing, but basically I feel like she's going to take the huge materia or the Magnus materia back to Wutai, and that's going to throw off some of the plans. It's going to be just as like of a betrayal, because it's like, yo, we're trying to do this to save the world, and she's like, no, I gotta save, I'm only worried about my country in this war. This could turn the tide of the war. I think that's what she's gonna do. So take the Magnus materia rather than the party's like collected materia, and then that's how we will go back to Wutai. But we will see Jige again, as this continues to be a tease for part 3s, because Jige says, "See you back in Wutai." So literally just saying it, man. You know,
Yep.
We're
Wutai
gonna
is.
see him when we drop into Midgar.
So yeah, he's gonna be on the front line battling Midgar. He's gonna be
Battling
there,
all of Midgar.
just by himself, maybe with Neo. Like, let's bring Neo and the boys.
ZJ is like Captain America when
Yeah.
he's standing in front of Thanos' arm. It's just.
Here's what you guys don't realize: when you're parachuting in while you're in free fall, that's when you're gonna fight the Triceratank.
Yes,
You know,
he's gonna be there too. He's gonna be there too. Yes,
It
and
has
then
They're
to
gonna
be.
put everybody in Midgar.
you're parachuting in, and then all of a sudden GJ shows up. Hey man, good to see you here. Just I thought I'd drop in as well. Have you been here the whole time?
It's a little different these days.
Yeah. Everybody's there, man. Everybody's at Midgard
I can't
parachuting.
believe they're putting everybody in Midgar. That's crazy.
It's so crazy, dude. All right, so that is my side quest there. Let's throw it back on over to the Dragoon King, because you only have one more left, Excalidio. Let's bring it back over to you. Let's talk about Gold Cup or Bust.
Okay.
Okay.
If you want.
Okay.
Wait, gold cup or bust. This must be a Tifa side quest.
Oh my God!
And you're right. And you're right. All right.
Somebody's funny.
Somebody's funny.
Hey, I didn't write the joke. It was there.
Somebody's
Why not?
funny.
Why not gold cup and bust?
Oh my God! Let's move on.
The fact you're still in the Dio outfit made that.
My
better.
God, dude.
Get
you a vibro detector. Let me get you a vibro detector, bro.
I already have a Buster sword.
Buster Sword. I
Never heard her. Yeah, never heard her. Barely know her.
Ooh.
All right, man. Take it away. Gold Cup or Bust.
All right, so you walk into the Chocobo Square. Hey, Billy signed you up for the race. He told you he was going to do that last chapter. So he did it. No real surprise there.
Unhinged.
So yeah, he signs you up. He must mention that the powers that be must like us, and I believe that he's referring to Dio when saying that because he said that signing him up wasn't really all that difficult. He mentions that this race, this cup, is going to be harder than any other race that Cloud has been in so far, which really hasn't been all that much. It's just been the one that he did with Joe earlier, and I guess if any optional ones you did, but let's see. So it says harder than any other race, and now you're going to have to be on the ball. Billy is very excited, like extremely excited. Tifa, she's here. Nothing really notable. Honestly, it's kind of funny that she's here for this. I didn't really get why until a little bit later, but even then, her presence during this quest isn't really all that influential or important.
It's got to be for the connection to Chocobo Sam, right?
That's pretty much it. Yeah. It's literally just that. It's just kind of a wink to the camera, like, oh yeah, these two have interacted, and but otherwise, she really doesn't play much of any real influential role on this quest. But more time with Tifa. I'm never going to say no to that. So when Sam walks in to the room, first of all, a couple things to note here. Billy's excitement gone. He is now just like locked in on Sam. He very clearly uneasy, upset by him walking in, but he's kind of fixated on him for a second. And the other thing that's interesting is that when Sam walks in, he's with one of, I guess, he's with Joe, who I don't believe it was confirmed or mentioned before this, but we learned that Joe is Chocobo Sam's jockey. That Sam is the management, and he's riding for, to represent Sam. I could be mistaken on that, but I don't think that they mentioned that when we raced Joe before.
Earlier, no. And this, so I thought, Joe rides on Teo, right? Which is from the OG, that Black Chocobo.
Hyperion.
Pain. Oh, if they renamed them Hyperion.
Hyperion.
Okay.
Or Hyperion, I believe is it. So, anyway, but when Sam walks in, so yes, he's walking in with Joe, and he's walking in with a different member of his crew, and Sam is ranting about that people are accusing them of cheating, which is very interesting because clearly this is setting up just how good his jockey is, his chocobos are, but also it's kind of alluding to Sam's potentially sleazy nature because we know his associates, we know who he's associated with. Yeah. So it wouldn't necessarily be surprising, I feel like, off of initial, at face value. Yeah, it wouldn't seem like a stretch, but I feel like by the end of this quest, we learned that Sam's actually, despite some of his flawed peer group and peers that he associates with, he's actually not too bad of a guy himself. But we'll get to that in a bit. He states that the reason they always win is because he raises his birds the best. When Sam sees Tifa and Cloud, he immediately perks up and he oh hey, I remember you. He remembers Tifa specifically. And then he says that if he knew that they were coming, they would have got the royal treatment, which I thought was interesting because pretty much we haven't really seen Sam at all, I guess. Yeah, we haven't seen Sam at all in this game. So most of the time that we're talking about Sam, it's Billy just basically hating his guts, making him out to be the devil. Right. So the first interaction we have with the guy is oh man, if I knew you guys were here, I would have hooked you up. So we're kind of getting this weird juxtaposition of we're with the guy that is on our team hates him, but we're kind of seeing that already he's not that bad of a guy. Sam asks Cloud how he got into chocobo racing. Cloud states that this and that. Literally, that's what he says. He says this and that.
So eloquent.
Yeah. So Sam just interprets that as that he fell into it. And he says, he calls him a natural and says that not anybody can break his ace's streak. So yeah, Joe is he is the chocobo jockey to be. He's, had a winning streak, and Cloud comes along and breaks it. Joe did not like that statement though. He kind of jumps in and starts puffing his chest out, gets in Cloud's face. It says that the previous race with Cloud was just practice. It did not affect his official record, and asserts that Cloud does not stand a chance this time around. So they're throwing shade back and forth, and Sam is all over this. He's like gleefully, exclaiming that the boys are going to give the people a race to remember. Like, you can tell he's just really into the spirit of competition and rivalry. But then Sam notices, little sourpuss Bill on the side, and he asks who Billy is, and then Billy explains that he worked on the ranch and that you might remember my parents, Will and Clara, since you killed them. To which Sam looks at him and goes, "Did I?" Billy then responds, "Don't play dumb. Mad that business was eaten into profits, so you got them hooked on gambling." Sam says that isn't the whole story, but the truth can be a bitter drink, and you ain't nowhere near old enough to keep it down. First of all, that was a banger line.
Banger line, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna start using that, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start using that.
And you know what else? Like, it just adds to the whole thing that Sam sounds like Sam Elliott, bro. Like, he just has the perfect voice to deliver a line like that.
Yeah, you couldn't. I'll put it this way: like, Chipper Nonaki couldn't say something that cool. Like, it had to be somebody with that kind of like buttery deep.
Yeah,
I can't even replicate
buttery
it, but
deep.
buttery deep.
Buttery
But
deep.
yeah,
I love buttery deep, bro.
how deep is it? At least 3, whatever.
At
3 octaves.
At least 3 inches.
At least 3 octaves.
I am just holding off on all the jokes I have right now because we will go beyond unhinged.
Buttery deep.
Buttery deep. Listen, man, I gotta throw out a phrase out there that we're just gonna fixate on until the end of the show. Is that wait, it is the Chocobo races if wait, actually, no, hold on. I'm gonna wait. I don't think I want buttery deep to be the password.
Yeah,
that's not the buttery deep, please. That is the Chocobo Cavalry password.
I guess we'll find buttery deep it is.
I don't know who the freaking lieutenant is though.
There was only one.
We'll bring it. I know. We'll find it. We'll put it. Keep on going. We'll go back.
Right,
we'll get back.
Yeah, get it before the race is over. Anyway, so so he says that banger line. Billy says that he isn't some stupid kid and wagers that if Cloud can win the cup, then he is old enough to hear the truth. Which at face value is kind of a funny thing. It's like, yeah, and if this older guy can do the job good, then I'm old enough to hear what you got to say. But then I kind of realized, oh yeah, he's his jockey, like he's the guy taking care of the birds, yada yada. I just thought it was funny at first that he said that. But yeah, so Billy says that he's a stupid kid. We went over that. Sam accepts his challenge, but then says that his piddly ranch doesn't stand a chance. And I thought that was interesting that when we first saw Sam, he was very much in the spirit of competition, but he was very almost like gleeful about it, like he liked that spitfire between Joe and Cloud, or mostly Joe directed at Cloud, because Cloud being kind of a silent broody type didn't really have much to say, but he was enjoying that. But now, once the past is sort of being confronted with him, and now he's dealing with Billy here, he gets a bit more spiteful. Like, he calls his ranch piddly. He, he's just, now, it doesn't seem like it's as fun. Now it's more of a grudge match. Like, he wants to win because this kid's kind of coming at him without the whole truth, and I don't think he's taking kindly to it. So anyway, then you do the race itself. The race is fun. I gotta say, it was rather amusing because in New Game Plus, I played with the mechanical chocobo. So it was funny that when I won the race with the mechanical chocobo, Sam, Billy gets praised for raising such a good chocobo. I'm yeah, Billy, you did a really good job greasing the cogs and making sure the gears were grinding. I was like, oh, cool. But that part made me laugh. But anyway, so the races themselves, fun. I feel like it's a good point to just say that I really like chocobo racing. It feels very good.
I like it too, dude.
Yeah.
It feels good. It's fun. I hope they flesh it out even more in part 3.
Multiplayer.
Multiplayer would be cool, man.
God,
Multiplayer, character select. Let me use red as a
Sitting
chocobo. Let me do chocobo breeding. Come on.
This is I mean, like, we're sitting on like gold here, dude. Like, come on, give us multiplayer. You have Mario Kart existing within your game. If you could just make it online, give me some matchmaking in the gold saucer. Let me do some chocobo racing with my friends.
I'm just gonna say they did chocobo GP.
Nope,
so
nope.
You know,
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We get chocobo. We actually get chocobo racing in Final Fantasy. Like, no micro. Well, I can't say it. Who knows? They'll probably put microtransactions, I'm sure. If it's going to be online, they'll do it. It's like, come on, man.
I mean, you got 4 teams racing.
No microtransactions. Actually, maybe throw in some microtransactions so I can make my chocobo look cool. I'll pay for it. Just don't charge $20 for it. You know what I mean?
I mean, dude, if it's just cosmetic based microtransactions, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
It's when it's game breaking. You know what I mean? Like, it's like if you can pay $10 to get the fastest chocobo, like that's a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
But if it's $10 to make your chocobo look cool,
yeah.
Who the hell cares?
In a game I've already paid $70 for, most likely $80 by the time it comes out, where it's like, I don't need microtransactions in it, but if you want to charge like maybe $5 to make,
you mean 120 because you're gonna get like the ultimate version or whatever.
That is true. $200 collector's edition, and it's just the steel book because that's where video games are.
Dude, get the $500 version with the Glenn Lodbrok statue.
Holding the sun. Holding the sun. Holding the sun cloud.
Listen, not only that, he will be descending by parachute into Midgar.
That's the statue. It's the parachuting into Midgar.
Dude,
screw the meteor. That doesn't matter anymore. It's the freaking parachuting into Midgar. That's how part 3 is going to start. Part 3 is going to start with us parachuting into Midgar. Oh god!
Seeing all our friends that we made along the way.
Yep,
but anyway,
as they're parachuting, they're having flashbacks of when Cloud gave them black materia. That's it.
Now I have this stupid visual of you parachuting, the party parachuting, and everybody just like around you descending from the island. Oh my god!
There's a mini game where you just like all link hands and spin and pull like.
They got a mini game. They got to do a mini gamify. They got to.
Then Andrea Rodea comes out of left field and just
looking fabulous. Uh-oh, someone's looking fabulous. Oh god!
I think it's an expression cloud.
All right, God, I don't even know where we are anymore on this.
I don't know. No. So we're back. I know where we are. We won the race. Hooray! We won the cup.
Yo.
All right, so.
Since this is a Chocobo Sam quest, I found this picture I took in Remake, and it's one of my favorite because it goes so hard, bro. It's freaking awesome, and it's Chocobo Sam. Let me put that in there real quick. Yo, come on, Look at him go, dude. I was like, that's freaking awesome. Now this is the raw photo. I did some like editing and made like some like little bit of what do you call that, vignette going on. That's what I would have done in the Photoshop, but this is the raw image.
Dude, that looks like the type of man old enough to take down a bitter drink. unlike Billy, who can't, he's not old enough to swallow such a bitter drink. Anyway, we won the race. Hooray. That guy lost. Boo. Boo. No, anyway, so, let's see. So race begins. Joseph favorite. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
We're just skipping right to that. Oh wait, I do want to point out one of the racers had a chocobo named Donnie Draco, and at first when I read it as Donnie Darko. Donnie Dark. Yeah, I was like, oh, what an interesting name for your chocobo. Other than that, nothing really to note. About this, besides obviously everybody's kind of rooting for Joe. He's the fan favorite, but people like Cloud because he's Dio's champion. Yada yada. Anyway, we won. So
cool.
After you win, Billy runs into the room and embraces. He like comes in and embraces his boy. Like runs into him, almost football tackles him. He's squealing. He's like giddy as all hell. Like about how they won the gold cup. Cloud smirks at Billy, asking him if he could let him breathe, and Tifa compliments Cloud on his riding. That's a nod to Under the Highway.
Yeah, she does.
That's
I was waiting for it, man. I'm like, I'm not touching this one.
And that's a tease for part 3.
Oh man. Hey, Lee. Have you ever noticed that despite all of the ramps and the jumping and the gliding during the races, you never see a jockey take a chocobo upside down? Do you know why?
Why is that?
It's not because they'd fall out of the saddle.
Okay.
It's because it's considered rude to flip the bird.
Ah, I like it. It's a good setup and everything. You had a great setup. Yeah, it was a good delivery. Good stuff.
Pretty solid there.
Pretty solid.
Sorry, I'm still reeling from the nod to part 3. Anyway, I need to cool down a bit.
Yeah, I was trying to get it, take us in a new direction.
Take us in. Yeah, no, he's like, no, I'm actually kind of still on it. Actually,
No, I'm a little too stuck on.
what if I did a
man.
cloud pyramid head, but it's a Buster head?
What the fuck?
What is this?
This is
This is when I broke the camera in the wall market hand massage place. If you go when they go to a different room, like Cloud's just standing there with a Buster sword on his head. It's
I didn't know I
my
needed
God.
that.
there you go. Anyways, I thought that
Well,
maybe
thanks for
that broke it.
Oh
I think
man,
we're back on track
Thanks,
now.
yeah.
We have a little flashback here, right?
yeah. Let's get back on the chocobo track.
It ain't over until the fat chocobo sings, bro.
Yeah, they know until the fat chocobo works. Anyway, so Cloud, yeah, he's fucking
Nice.
whatever.
Incredible.
Incredible.
I'm sorry, I'm
Sam-
done. Just get through it. Just get to it.
I need to finish this quest. I got 2 more to talk about. Let me fucking speak.
It sounds like you're getting your feathers ruffled over here.
God damn it.
Just let him finish it.
If I didn't spend $40 on this shirt, I'd have ripped it off in rage. Anyway, so Sam walks in. He congratulates Cloud. Basically he's like, he walks in, congratulates Cloud, and then he jokingly calls him the streak ruining bastard, and says that he took the title right out from under his nose. Cloud is a respectful.
Well, hold on. That's another reference
Oh my god.
to Glenn. How does he know Cloud doesn't have a dad?
Yo, you're right.
All right, let's move on. Keep going.
Cloud says, Cloud's being a good sport here. He says that Hyperion didn't make it easy. Sam chuckles, saying, I hope not. Like, I like their exchange. It's very cordial, respectful. These are 2 guys, like, Sam clearly respects Cloud's ability as a jockey, and it seems that now that Cloud's becoming more comfortable with chocobo racing, I feel like he's almost getting more familiar and respectful to the sport itself and the people who are involved with it. So I think that's cool. So overall, Sam seems cool with losing. I think he's cool with it because, as I was saying before, he respects Cloud's jockey skills. Then what's interesting is that he also says that Billy's bird, which again for me was funny because it was the freaking Mecha Chocobo in this playthrough, but I think I used Pico the first time as you should. Sam says Billy's bird is mighty fine, and that it beat his fair and square, which is nice because the last conversation we had right before the race, Sam called his ranch a piddly little ranch. So, clearly I think he cooled off a bit, just like I did right now, and he's back on track. He's being cool and respectful. So anyway, Billy ignores the compliment, and he just wants to know about his parents. Sam explains that his parents got involved with wild chocobo conservation. So this is cool because now we're getting the actual truth.
Yeah.
He informs Billy that his parents got involved with wild chocobo conservation. He says environmental changes have been hard on the birds, and in his exact word, what's bad for them is bad for business. Nobody cared about these negative changes really, but clearly Billy's parents had a lot of care for the birds and the environment at large. So, Sam even says after mentioning that nobody cared about these changes, he says, saving the planet ain't cheap, you see. Folks know somebody's got to pay for it, but they'll be damned if it's them. I feel like he's preaching to the choir here because this is a group of planet savers, but these guys get it. But his point still stands. It is expensive, and nobody wants to do it because it's a lot of work and money, except for Billy's, God sent like angel parents who clearly cared a lot. So everyone turned a blind eye to this problem, but Billy's parents. Sam says that they had it all. They knew how to deal with the bird. They had the drive to do it, and naturally they had the passion for it. But none of that matters much without the gil, is a big thing that he emphasizes here. And that's important because obviously Billy's whole perception of Sam was that he got his parents hooked on gambling. But now we learn that what really happened here, Billy's parents took countless loans to fuel their passion and their business for this wild chocobo conservation. They took loans until they drowned in debt.
Mm-hmm.
Sam looks towards Tifa saying to who when referring to who they ultimately went to try and get themselves out of debt. Mm. And of course it's our favorite guy from earlier, Don Corneo. They turned to the Don. To save their business, they signed up with Corneo. But what Sam didn't know at the time was that Corneo was collecting people. This is a crazy revelation. I even forgot about this until this playthrough. Corneo was collecting people for Shinra for their experiments. Mm-hmm. They did this, like they willingly signed up with Corneo for their birds. Now, that statement alone, I don't know how much they were aware of. Like, I guess maybe it made it clear that to some extent they knew it wasn't going to end up well for them, but I have no idea if they willingly signed up to become Shinra experiments. You know what I mean? Like, It's a little gray here on what exactly they knew what they were signing up for, but at the very least, I suspect they knew it wasn't going to be good. Mm-hmm. So they did this for the bird. Bill turned to Sam to buy him out. And this was important too. Because Billy has harbored a lot of resentment towards Sam for basically driving them to gambling and then ruining their business and then stepping in as, the lead guy for this. Basically, Billy accused him of doing this to them because profits were running dry for him. Well, we learned that wasn't exactly the truth. Profits were actually running dry for his parents. It wasn't even profits. There was no profit in it. They were just doing this to preserve the wildlife. And Billy's father turned to Sam to buy him out to keep his, birds basically in the best shape that they could. He knew that it was the best for the birds, and we know that that's pretty important because we learned in Chapter 11 that they kind of had a rocky relationship. Both very passionate individuals, but very different-minded in how they approach these things. So I think that speaks a lot to Sam's character in that, and to Billy's father. It speaks to both of these men who both overlap in their passion for chocobos, but were very different ideally, or, ideal-wise, they just were very different people. So it's cool to learn that Billy's father put his ideals aside, knowing that while he might not agree with Sam on all things, he would do what's right by the animals. Both Bill and Sam wanted what was best for the birds. Since that day that he bought Bill's ranch, he learns that, since that day, he has not seen Billy's parents. Sam eventually learns about what Corneo was doing, but he even says that he was not going to interfere because, interfering with anything with Shinra involved was just not going to be good for him. It was a very conscious decision once he learned what was up, but, Billy asks if his parents mentioned him or his sister, and Sam says that not to him. Billy's a little shaken up by that, it seems, and actually what's interesting is Sam immediately, he kind of gets stern with him. And he tells him, don't let that make you think that they didn't, don't let that make you think that they forgot about you. Like, he gets on his case about it, which I thought was sweet because while it's not explicitly stated, I feel like Sam definitely cares about Billy to an extent, from an estranged sense, because it reminds him a lot of his old friend. So he very clearly cares about Billy enough to not want him to beat himself up or, get too depressed in the thought of his parents forgetting about him or anything like that. Sam even says to him, "You and your sister were always at the forefront of their minds. Though the business was failing, they gave up their future to ensure their kids could have theirs," was basically the sentiment that Sam imparts on him. He wanted Billy's father and mom, like Billy's parents wanted the kids to take over and, lead the future of this, and they got that. So really, it's just kind of a sweet turnaround point for Billy here, because he can't believe how wrong he was on all of this. He basically, I guess he got the whole revelation that the guy he's hated for his entire life is not actually responsible for any of the bad things that have, plagued his life up to this point.
Yeah.
And then, this whole scene more or less just ends with Sam comforting him by saying that, "Son, I'd be surprised if there was a wild chocobo out there that doesn't owe its freedom to your mom and your dad, one way or another." Sam says that the business is Billy's if he ever wants it, and then just emphasizes, though, that it's not going to turn a profit and it's going to require a lot of work to get to that point. Sam advises Billy to raise the funds first, and then he pulls out his coin, and Sam says, to call it. He flips his coin, tells him to call it, and if he gets it right, he's going to float him some gil to get his business started. Billy declines it, though, stating that he's going to do it on his own with his gramps and his sister, and they're going to somehow manage to do it.
That's right.
Sam responds with, "You are truly their boy. Got your old man's pig head and your mother's backbone. Not bad." And he flips him the coin, gives it to him. Billy promises that it may take time, but he will live up to their legacy. And that's, after that, Sam pieces out.
Yeah. I was going to say, we got another tease for part 3's coming up.
Bruh. So which one of these guys is going to be on the high wind with your chocobo?
So we got the
And who's jumping
Billy,
out?
It's
high wind.
who's
With the
chocobo jockey. They just come out and just drop from the box. It's gonna be great.
They're gonna glide down, but no. What is it? Oh wait, the only other thing. This is the very last part of this. The only thing that Billy wonders is why his gramps never told him any of this. And Tifa figures it was probably. This is where I realized why Tifa was also involved. Tifa figures he was probably just trying to protect him. Making an enemy of Sam was better than Billy trying to take on Corneo or Shinra. So that was part of it, because I'm like, hey, Tifa is kind of doing, not in the same effect, but she's doing something similar with Cloud.
Withholding information?
Providing misinformation for the sake of knowing that. Because with Cloud, it's a fragile mind. With Billy, basically his grandpa thought that if Billy knew this information sooner, he'd go and do something stupid like get himself killed trying to avenge his parents by getting messy with Corneo or Shinra. But yeah, there was another parallel I drew to this. I don't think it's there's no real connection here, but this reminded me a lot of Nanaki, Bugenhagen, Seto, and the Gi. Because Bugenhagen did the same thing to Nanaki. He did. Gave him misinformation about his father and what happened there, having him think that he was a coward and whatnot. But in this case, it was misinformation about Sam, having him being made out to be the bad guy here, when really he was actually a good guy the entire time. So we got another one of those situations where, basically what he thought this whole time was not what it really was. And yeah. Basically, that the full scene ends with Billy says that. Wait, hang on, I lost my thing.
Cloud said, "Don't go."
Yeah, the revenge. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Billy wants to potentially get revenge, and Cloud says that revenge is stupid. Billy says he knows.
Would be stupid,
but if an opportunity came up.
Yeah,
you would help, right? And this is the allude to part 3. No,
it is.
Well, maybe
it is. I mean, it's just like a little. Hey, maybe we'll see him in
Cloud
Wutai.
But Cloud's response to this was funny. He goes, "I'm a world famous jockey now. I can't be associated with that kind of stuff." Said Shinra's most wanted on a highly televised race.
Right.
In a saucer.
Bro took on that new identity too quick.
I mean, he just fought Rufus on national television as well at the Musclehead Coliseum.
I know. I mean, this guy.
I don't think those wanted posters matter anymore. Him being wanted doesn't matter. And plus, they changed it. The whole world forgot as soon as Sung changed it. Or not Sung, Reeve. As soon as he changed the posters, everybody forgot.
It's funny. It's funny you say that because during that fight with when you're fighting like all the cronies and stuff, I think Scotch and Koch even make a mention during their announcement. They're like, "Oh yeah, like the Bane of Shinra. Shinra's like most wanted." I'm like,
yeah.
Dude, so Dio's just like. Dio's okay with associating his name and reputation with wanted criminals.
Rufus is here, and they don't seem to be, like the Turks didn't take him in. Like they're just.
This is like the Disney World of Final Fantasy VII. This is like if Walt Disney was like, "Yeah, I associate with terrorists."
Yeah,
it's crazy. Like he's just like, "Oh yeah, they actually represent me as a whole." Like,
God.
So I thought that was kind of funny that after Scotch said that, he's like, "Oh yeah, the Shinra's most wanted, been on the run. Shinra's Bane." I'm like, yeah. And Dio's out here saying that they're his champions. So, anyways, that was that question.
You did a good one because that I feel like was the meatiest of the side quests. Honestly, I have that one. I have that one as my best side quest for this chapter. I really like the backstory. I like that we get a conclusion to the whole story that started in chapter 2 with Billy, and we've kind of got a couple side quests with Billy. I guess that was back in chapter 8 when we saw him in the Corel prison, and we got a little bit of that, and then of course the Chocobo racing. You add that in there, so much fun. It's my best side quest this chapter. But that brings me over to what I think will probably be many people's favorite side quest, and this is Lament of the Damned.
I had this as my favorite, and then I changed it at the last minute. Yeah, so I'm a big fan of this. I mean, part of it is, this is our Vincent side quest, so it feels obligatory to pick it, right?
From last week when you were the Excalibur Vincent.
Yes, sir.
I don't remember. Is this one associated with any? Like, I know it's Vincent, but is there a party member attached? Maybe it's Barrett.
I don't know who gets the affinity points for it, but
yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. Is that because I think
it's Barrett.
Yeah,
Barrett's there for the whole quest.
Yeah, he's the one that's kind of scared.
He's scared to go.
Yeah, okay. He didn't want to go back to the manor or whatever. He was just like, that place, if I remember correctly. Something like that. Yeah. All right. I was just curious because it's kind of a lot of these quests feel like the characters are just sort of tagging along.
Yeah.
That they don't really have too much bearing. It's more so like plot first.
This one's definitely Vincent. Vincent focused. Yeah. This is Vincent focused. All right. So here we go. What's going to happen here? We have... Oh, there goes my water. The Shinra Manor has concealed secrets in here, and this is the supervisor kind of informing us on this. Recently, robes have left. That's something to point out there. Supervisor has been hearing a strange voice of a woman coming from the inside of the manor, weeping and wailing almost musically ever since Cloud and company went inside earlier in chapter 11. Well, the wailing sounds a little musical because it is the same tune as Trail of Blood. You guys get that? It's got that same little high-pitch tune there. That was kind of cool. Bravest Buddy Barrett is spooked, though. Vincent is on the case. He says he can feel it coming from the sub-basement of the manor. So we're going to take our elevator, not spiral staircase, down to the sub-basement of the manor. And Vincent feels that he is to blame, in part, for Sephiroth's evils. He's had many opportunities to purge him from this world, but could not pull the trigger. I believe he's referring to in the womb of Lucretia, right? Or even before Lucretia gets pregnant, right? He tries to stop the experiment from happening, if I remember correctly. And then when Lucretia is pregnant, I guess he's referring to he could have purged it right then and there, but he couldn't do that either. And then, of course, when Sephiroth, little baby boy Sephiroth, you know, little tiny. I saw he close his eye. Little baby boy, little 8 pound, 7 ounce, little baby boy. Sephiroth.
It's like an end game when Rhodey was just like, why couldn't we use the time stone to go back to baby Thanos and
just you know. So,
I mean, we know what we know about Sephiroth now. You know, just
maybe he's referring to those. I don't know exactly what he's talking about when he says he's had many opportunities to purge him.
Vincent's so like esoteric. Like, I don't know. He's so vague sometimes.
Yes.
This could have meant that any time he could have just stopped Hojo was an opportunity to purge Sephiroth.
We're teasing part 3s up in here, man. It's we're talking about, we're gonna find out more about this in part 3, especially when we meet up with Lucretia and her cave. So we're kind of setting that up. There's a history here. What is that history? We're raising the mystery going on here in Rebirth, so that way we go into part 3 thinking about it. But Cloud says that he doesn't know if you can kill him. Doesn't even know if you can kill Sephiroth. And even if you could, he'd stick with you somehow. Oh. Well, Cloud did kill Sephiroth in the Nebel reactor, and Sephiroth is sticking around, you know? And then if you go with the theory, Cloud killed him in Advent Children, and here he is. That's the theory, though. And Vincent's choice of words is exactly what needs to happen when he says he needs to be purged from this world. I like the choice of words. I could have purged him from this world. Now, I don't know what that means specifically, whether, like I said, he was talking about before he was even born, in the womb, as a baby. I don't know, but I imagine those latter two, like, the only way you could purge him is before the womb, because even if you kill him as a baby or as a fetus, it's still going to return to the life stream, I imagine, because it's supposed to be a life, like all life forms go to the life stream. But if he's not accepted in the life stream, or maybe, I don't know how that works, right? But when he says I could have purged him from this world, I'm wondering if it has anything to do with the chaos within him. Like, if chaos energy is what is needed to purge. You get what I'm going with this? Because we need the Gi to be purged. Other than the black materia summoning meteor, they're looking for a way out. I wonder if Vincent can help with that, with his chaos. That's the proto materia and all that other interesting fun stuff. So
I thought I heard a different word coming out for a second.
Oh yeah, man, fun. Who doesn't love Dirge? The Purge of Cerberus, man. That's it.
Oh my God, dude. I felt like it. I'm not getting into that. Well,
veto. So let's see. Boom. Jack missed this live stream. Thankfully, Jack missed this live stream. Chaos.
He'll be the stranger in paradise.
I know one thing. It's not a. What does he say? It's not a need. It's not a want. It's a hunger. I need to kill chaos. I need to find chaos. I still think that's one of the best lines in Final Fantasy history. When he just straight up, like, skips the cutscene. What was it? Are you talking about in the beginning of the game? He does it a couple times where he skips.
I love the one where
against Lich.
The lady was, dude. No, I love the one. I can't remember her name, but she was giving exposition for her backstory. Yeah, and he just goes. He says like something. He's like bullshit. And then he just starts playing like
walks
Limp
away.
Bizkit.
Yeah.
Walks off. And then the best part about that is that you walk all the way out of the castle and he pulls his phone out and stops. Yeah. Which means that he kept it on replay the entire walk.
Yeah, man.
Same song
as you do with a song that awesome. Shadows Rising is what it is. Trust me, bro. That's on my playlist. Bullshit. Walk away. Yeah, dude, he's awesome, man. He's awesome. Especially when Lich was talking about like who just jumps. I don't give a fuck who you are. Boom! Just punches him in the
I don't give a fuck who you are, dude. Jack is awesome.
Oh my god, that was great.
Get
And
him on the podcast.
yes.
He'd be a great panelist.
All right.
Chaos.
God, please, that would be amazing. I gotta get Jack on here. Which, by the way, Hypecast, Stranger of Paradise 2, I bet you is going to be announced this summer. This summer Game Fest. What do you guys think?
You think?
What do you guys think? It's not gonna be called. It's not gonna be called Stranger of Paradise. I like it. It's not gonna be called Stranger of Paradise. It's gonna be Final Fantasy Origin 2. And then something along the lines of Emperor Mateus. Emperor Mateus. He's going to be like, Mateus. It's not going to be as cool as Chaos. Nobody's going to go walking around going, Mateus. Do you think Jack returns, or is it just going to be Mateus? You know?
Interesting. I don't know.
That sounds really
I
cool.
feel like Jack made a name.
Rebirth discussion.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well,
What?
about that,
excuse me.
Vincent.
Protomateria. Fun, chaos inside.
Don't get me wrong, I love Jack, but hey, come on, guys, let's get Jack on track. Let's get Jack off track.
Oh my god!
No, you don't say Jack and off together. Let's move on.
We're gonna do what? We're gonna do what on the track?
I didn't even catch that. That's bad.
Wow! Wow!
My guy.
We're never
It's a
gonna
different
finish
podcast.
this.
That is a pay per podcast, okay?
Podcast.
And you can put your feet in it.
That's
okay,
that- that's
but that is not this one.
You want to do what
Nice
with my
feet.
feet? What?
Nice feet.
What are you doing on my feet, bro?
They're in the paid podcast.
Woo!
Oh.
Final OnlyFans. You get 'em. Final
Or
OnlyFan
shout
TV.
out to Genesis 7 Only Flans.
OnlyFans. And then Toolman says the Zach tangent this episode was a Jack tangent. Good stuff. All right, sweet feet. God. Anyways, let's get back on Vincent. Here we go.
Yes, don't say it.
I'm trying to
get
figure
off
out.
track.
I'm trying to figure out where I was.
Said it backwards that time.
Well, I'm trying to figure that a female staffer once lived here, but she's long gone. We're talking about Lucretia, but it's not actually specifically mentioned here. Well, Barrett bets the gal Hojo was with wasn't much better than him, and Vincent takes offense to that. He's pretty upset. It's not true at all. And Hojo's simulator trial begins. Now, this is what I was talking about last chapter when I said, hey, that entire segment where we fell down into the basement, that could have been a side quest. We did not need to fall into the basement and do all of that, because guess what? We could have done all of that right here with Vincent. And that would have been a more interesting quest than going into a simulator. That could have been a more interesting quest to go fight that forgotten specimen during this side quest. We could have merged that in there, and chapter 11 would have been a lot better, I think. Now, we get another reused boss battle, which is the yin and yang, but this time we're fighting yin and yang in a VR simulation. And Barrett said it right when he saw Hojo pop up. This asshole again. And, you know, yeah, man, we've seen enough Hojo, I think, for a little bit, especially on a VR. This is, so then we go into Act 2 is what Hojo says. The voice grows louder. The fiend battle is a Drana Barga. That's it. I looked up what a Drana Barga could mean, looked up the etymology of it, and I could find anything. Couldn't find anything. I don't know where we're going to associate that with, but we beat this dragon-looking creature here, and Barrett says, looks like we busted our ghost. Okay, we'll go back to that assessment. Let's see if there was anything interesting. An experiment kept in the basement of the Shinra Manor. It had long been dormant, but was awoken when the facility's systems came online in Chapter 11. Now, its lonely cries echo through the halls, imbuing the building with an even more eerie aura. So, yeah, just that. Vincent says something after the fight that is quite interesting, as it explains that some fiends are capable of experiencing emotions and complex thinking. Now, of course, I just kind of have to shout them out. Yin and Yang being like Yang's happy, Yang's sad. That's kind of like, maybe they tie that in a little bit. But what's most important about that dialogue is Barrett going, right, monsters got feelings.
Yeah, here we go.
That monsters and humanity theme going on strong, especially when it comes to Hojo's experiments, right? If you played Crisis Core, angels and monsters and, that whole thing. What does it mean to be an angel? Or something. I don't know. What does he say? What does Angeal say? When he's like, he does this shout. I can't remember. God.
I don't remember either.
But yeah. So talking about monsters and having feelings, having emotions, and Vincent's like, yo, monsters can experience feelings as well, and he's kind of a monster himself. So
Yep.
I'm a bit of a. I'm somewhat of a monster myself.
Please, like, you remember that giga worm?
I'm sorry. Anyway. You remember that? They used that as an experiment for me.
One of my transformations.
Oh my god. I'm sorry I used
right.
I used the Willem Dafoe reference there. Please don't do those stupid gifs anymore. Jesus Christ. All right, so we go over to, I don't even know how many you got. I think I've wrapped up all of mine. I'm done with mine. Excalibro, you have one more left, so let's go ahead and knock that out. This is your favorite side quest. This is your number one side quest here. Escape from endless writer's block. Take it away.
Yes. All right. So, back in Agungaga, we have a Barrett side quest. But Red is heavily featured in this one. I love this side quest, man.
Yeah.
As a dad, it hits home, but also I just like the way that the characters behave. So, all right. So, you meet Maeve, and she is a writer. And when you roll up on her, she snaps like 57 pictures of Barrett. She's like pretty frightened by him. And then she takes one of Cloud, and he says it's going to cost her $2,000 right there. Yeah.
Nice.
But she says she'll gladly pay the price for Cloud's pics, but she's broke. She writes children's books for a living. So she starts waxing philosophical and says that she feels like a rat trapped in a life-size maze. And this is when Barrett realizes she's Maeve Mabel, author of Life in the Endless Maze. It's Marlene's favorite book in the whole world. Now, Barrett wants to shake her hand. She's super flattered by this. So she basically expresses that she's got writer's block. She's trying to write a book. Barrett says they have the perfect guy to serve as inspiration for this new book. Red 13. So, Maeve agrees. Red's perfect. So fireworks start going off in her head. She comes up with the themes of resolve, suffering, and odyssey. And she wants the party to capture these themes.
Those themes sound very familiar.
In photographs. Oh, do they, Mr. Hype?
Yeah, so they do. Please continue.
That sound kind of deep for a child's book, but what do I know?
Hey, bro.
A little bit.
Hey, bro, sometimes you need to talk about that. These children need to know.
Man, I remember when I was 6 and my dad would read me the Odyssey.
Hey, man, sometimes the themes are at least 3 feet deep. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Plus 3 more.
So okay, so you basically start traveling the locale to take a bunch of pictures that represent these themes. So you head to the beach to capture Resolve, where the jungle meets desert. And Red basically runs out, starts striking poses against the different backdrops, and you snap a pic of the one that you feel is most representative of the theme. So there's the little fireworks going off in her brain right there I was talking about earlier. That was not a metaphor.
Why does it look like almost like a concussion effect?
Dude,
ideas hit her so hard.
It'd be like that, man.
It do be like that. So okay. So yep, you get some shots on the beach of Red or a shot. And then after that, they head to a Mako reactor to capture the theme of suffering, which makes sense. It's Red to picture Scarlet's ugly mug, and he'll be golden for his expression. So obviously, you have a lot of you got a lot of undertones here with the Mako reactor representing suffering. Sort of ironic that it's this location, as this Mako reactor is defunct, and that all of the local flora and fauna is flourishing because it's destroyed. So still a great spot for the picture. And finally, they go to the airstrip because that's perfect for Odyssey, right? So Barrett asks Red to recall the way he felt when they set off for Cosmo Canyon. The nerves, the excitement, the joy, the hope. And Red hops up on one of the towers, and you get a nice little snapshot of him on the airstrip. So he's pretty excited to pose for that one. So you head back to Miss Mabel, and she uses the images to write her story. Yeah, I love these little poses he gets in. So, first thing I want to say is the art for this book is actually fire. Like,
Yeah.
this is some dope art for a kid's book, right? Yeah, so we get a little bit of commentary. Barrett is certain that the book is headed for the bestseller list. It's a surefire hit, he says. And Cloud says something like, "You never know," and Barrett kind of gets irritated with him. He's like, "Man, you got to have faith." Like, and then Mabel kind of jumps in and says the same thing. Like he's right. Like, it's not going to take off unless you believe it's going to take off, which is, another little interesting undertone there. And we get the sense that Barrett cannot wait to read this book to Marlene. And I love that everything with his quest just comes back to his daughter, and that's like the lens that he's viewing the world through. Is like he's not just here to save the world. He's experiencing the whole world with the constant reminder that she's not here.
Yeah.
And so he's just thinking about her the whole time. And because of that, it's almost like part of her is with him on this journey. And I think it's kind of helping him
close throughout the entire journey. I recall like as early as I think like 4, chapter 4 or 5. I know he mentions her on the Shinra 8, and then he mentions her again. It goes to Del Sol. Like everywhere he's going, he's just always mentioning her. Yeah, and I think it's cool that they're really building up to part 3 when she parachutes out with us and they reunite as they drop into Midgard together.
They'll be reading the book mid-descent.
This is all alluding to part 3 when you parachute into Midgard and everybody's holding a copy of their book. Gotta have faith.
Yeah. So, all right. So me promises to send Barrett and Marlene a copy of the book, and one for Red for being the brainchild and the inspiration. But yeah, this is my favorite because it's got writing, it's got art, it's got Barrett, it's got Marlene.
Dude, yeah.
Red gets to take the spotlight for a little bit. It's short and it's sweet, and it's just got all these different things that I love. So, it's a little bit of a sappy reason, but
dude, I love that. And honestly, man, because I obviously didn't do it this time around. I did my quests, and then now I'm just kind of experiencing them again through you guys doing yours. I loved how Dragoon King did his that's a beefy side quest with Chocobilly. But man, bro. Like I like the bro. This might be it too. God, I really like it. Honestly. Did you read into the story that she's telling you? Like, is there anything in there that you think can be associated parallels or anything like that? Did you read into that any?
Man, you catch me flat-footed because I don't have any notes about the story on this one.
Let's see if we can do it real good. Let's just see if anything pops up. There once was a Crimson Warrior who everyone loved. He was so strong that they called him the king of the forest, but he wanted to be even stronger, so he went on an adventure. That's actually not too bad of a start. That's actually kind of funny just because of, like, Cloud, right? Wanting to be strong enough to protect Tifa and everything, and to be a soldier.
But he wasn't loved.
But he wasn't loved.
I mean, this is
I was trying to piece it to Cloud, but it doesn't fit for him.
We're just kind of throwing things together right now. We're analyzing. This is a live analysis as we just kind of like jot down ideas type thing. While on his journey, he came across a group of 3 brave knights. These knights were very impressed, and they told him, "You are the king of which legends foretold. Please lead our people to victory." Red 13.
Oh, so see, this parallels.
That parallels Red 13. No, I was good. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Red 13.
It is about Red, like, clearly.
It is about Red.
Yeah, well, no, like
I was making a joke.
I'm kind of going off some.
Them and the goddess.
Yeah, this is. I mean,
Like,
everything
everything
comes
the
back
wanderer,
to it.
The prisoner, the 3, the hero. Yeah.
You're right.
But no, it is about Red.
You're right. Everything comes back to Loveless. It really does.
Well, in a roundabout way, I am right because it is. Yes, once Loveless was introduced, everything had to be connected to it at all times.
So if this is live, you guys get the live look at how we analyze these chapters. But like, I'm looking at this and I'm going, all right, who's responding every time? First one was Cloud. That's actually off to a good start. Talking about being strong and like wanted to be stronger, so he set off on a journey. Cloud did that. He set off to be a soldier. And then we get when he's talking about you are going to protect us or something like that. I think that's what that was. You're the protector or whatever. Red 13 responds because he's the protector of Cosmo Canyon. Let's see who responds next. He gazed off into the distance with conviction and declared, "Though I began my journey as king of the forest, that is not where I shall end it. My future lies far beyond the woods." And now Barrett. This is bound for the bestseller list. So I don't know. Anyways, it's a good little story.
I mean that's
we'll leave it for chat.
Notes on it.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
It felt like it was a pretty straightforward kid story that featured
like a kid's
Red.
book.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Loveless is not the genesis of all lore.
Wait a second.
Take that back.
It was just a pun.
Wait a damn minute. The G edition stands for Barrett John Eric Bentley. Come on, yo. That's what you said last week. That's what you said last week. Yes.
I did.
Yep. All right. So anyways, let's go. Barrett also being a G in this one, man. Come on. The man.
I like me some G Barrett. I do.
The G edition.
G edition.
All right. So that concludes your side quests. And now we come back over to the Dragoon King, who's going to take us away with Sand and Circuses. This was your favorite side quest.
Yeah, but now I'm wondering, man.
But now I'm wondering. I don't know if I was right.
No, I knew that the writer one was also one of my favorites. It's one of the ones that I remembered the most. Going back, so hearing it in its entirety again, yeah, especially with how much I've gushed about how great Barrett has been this entire game, that might be my favorite. But let's talk about this one and we'll see if I guess we're not gonna talk about it. I just dropped my book. All right, no, I'm good. We're good. All right, so Sand and Circuses. All right, so when we start off, it's our boy Leslie. We're go up to him. Leslie asks Cloud if he remembers him. Cloud recognizes him as Corneo's guy. Tifa inquires about what happened to him, asking, what are you doing out here? You look like you've been through hell. We learn that Leslie is still in the search for Merle, his lover. He's still in the search for Merle. He is following a lead that she may be out here, and he needed to see if it had any truth. So Cloud asks Leslie some questions in response to that statement. First of all, one of the things you can ask is, how's Wall Market? If you ask Leslie that, Leslie says Wall Market has imploded. It's imploded. Whoops. Guys, Walmart. That's it. Walmart, it's gone.
It's gone.
Walmart, it's just imploded, guys. No, it's not. Uh, I, whoops. I don't know how I misread that because the word was tripled.
You
No, it
know,
doesn't.
sometimes I wish you could
No.
think harder.
I wish I could think about it. I don't know, man. But anyway, so Walmart has tripled its occupants due to the plate fall. The trio, referring to Madam M, Chocobo Sam, and Andrea, opened the place up to refugees. So we're learning that they're actually, stepping up and almost acting in favor of their community, which is interesting, considering the fact that, as we know them, they're not particularly good people. They're actually kind of scumbags. They partake in some casual human trafficking. Not like ranked or anything. Like it's just
all
casual.
forced, not optional.
Actually, no, it
at
is
all.
ranked because they're competing to see who gets the best bride. So holy crap, dude, they're into a ranking.
Yeah, they're not good
Cr-
people. Yeah.
Wait, am I good?
Oh.
All right, I thought I cut out for a second. No, we're good. We're good.
Oh no, you're good, brother.
So, no, they are not good people. So anyway, they opened the place up to refugees. So I thought that was interesting. Kind of shows a better side to them, given what we know. We learned that Corneo took off when things got worse. He took all the Shinra money that they've been slipping him, and he just got the hell out of Dodge. Leslie makes mention that Madam M in particular, he says something like, even her, like magic couldn't help anything, which I didn't take at face value. I just more so took that she's the one stepping up the most, which is especially interesting to me because I feel like she's the coldest of the three of them. She seems like the most malicious, cold, mean. So I'm surprised.
On the same token, the most likely to lend a hand.
You got me there. You got me there. But yeah, so Madam M's not, even what she's doing won't be enough to save Wall Market. Its days are numbered, he says. Which is interesting. I'm curious if we're gonna revisit. Like, I guess we are gonna revisit Wall Market, and
I feel like we gotta, right? I mean, they already set up the location with Tifa's ultimate weapon with the gun overhead, and there's a lot of talk about different characters from there and people returning. I feel like we're going back.
Probably when you parachute in, you're gonna land in.
You're gonna land right in Wall.
You'll miss the plate. You're gonna miss the plate. You're gonna go through the cracks between the plates, and you're just gonna fly right on into Wall Market. Yep.
Yeah. Either that or you'll go right through the church roof in the Sector 6 slums. The whole party.
It's poetic.
Yeah.
What is it? So I just thought that was interesting. I like learning more about what's going on at Midgar, especially since the side quests that I've done in particular, not just the kids are all right, but are also Midgar-centric characters that we're talking about. Kyrie, we started within Midgar. The Angel of the Slum, Midgar. Here, now Leslie, also Midgar. So just cool, getting information on that's cool. Speaking of information on Midgar, you can ask him about any news on Sector 7. Leslie will inform you that Sector 7 is still a mess. The expressway collapsed. Shinra gets a new president. Shinra also leaves Sector 7 in shambles. And people are just basically trying to survive there. They're trying to, they're sifting through the rubble, helping injured people and trying to find the missing. It's just a hellscape, and Shinra's too preoccupied with, the turning over of a new president to really bother saving its people. And with Wall Market taking in the refugees and the people who are staying behind, looking to save.
That muscle suit got me, man.
Looking to, try and help out those who are most affected by it. Makes me think of Denzel. He sifts around in the rubble when he's a kid.
Yep.
That's what he does when he's down there. So maybe we will see that group of kids that Denzel was a part of before, because that might line up timeline wise. Because eventually he lives with Reeves' mom until she passes away, and then so we might actually get some sort of allusion to that. I forgot who it was who runs that group of kids that sifts through the rubble and turns over the profit, but we might see that. And also we know that Denzel's searching through there because I think he was also looking for any signs of his parents who went back to the top plate for 7 when it collapsed. So
Yeah.
I don't know, just cool things to think about.
Definitely felt like either an Easter egg alluding to that or maybe a tease. So yeah.
I mean, it's interesting hearing about that because when you hear about that, my closest association is On the Way to a Smile with Denzel's chapter. Like, that's a huge part of his character is that he spent a lot of time as a kid making money by sifting through rubble and all that stuff. So be interested to see where that goes. Anyway, last thing you can ask him is, what happened to your girl?
Yeah.
Leslie informed you that he had asked around Walmart after Cloud and company left. He asked her old friends as well. He went specifically to Merle's old friends, but nobody would speak up. Leslie says that even if they knew, they were smart enough to not blab to a crony of Corneo's, basically. Like, just at this point, Leslie, we learned that Leslie's now sort of got a reputation for himself, and we also know that he's probably not in good favor with Corneo, so
Yep.
I kind of feel for the dude.
Not at the end of remake, yeah. Or at remake.
He's like, anybody who is familiar with Don Corneo is familiar with Leslie and already gives him a bad rep.
Yeah.
And now he's got a bad rep with Corneo and his guys. So he's kind of just floating around in this like limbo space where nobody is going to, at least at Midgard, nobody's going to really associate with him. But he's not worried about that. He's more worried about finding his girl.
Yep.
So, though he found out very little information about where she could be, he did find out that she managed to get out of Midgar. That she was no longer in Midgar, and he has been going town to town. He's trekking all over the place.
If you want to
for more leads,
if you want to escape the long shadow of Shinra, where would you go? Wutai.
To my house.
Yeah, I just go to my house. I don't know, man. My house. Go home.
Well,
over to Wutai.
Now that you've mentioned your idea earlier, I'm kind of sold on that. That might be where this is going.
Because, look, Don's going over there, so we know Don's going to be there, and everything kind of just is going to come to a conclusion.
It's got to culminate somehow.
Exactly, and it's going to culminate over in Wutai.
And that would be cool because, like I said, with Leslie's story, by the time that we get to The Kids Are All Right, he is with Merle again. And we know that she's no longer associated with Don Corneo. There's a part of the book where Evan Townsend even goes to Corneo's place, and he rips off an old photo of Merle. So she was very clearly a favorite of the Dons because he had a picture up of her. And he rips it down because Evan went there to get information and whatnot, and he did that as a favor to Leslie and his girl. And then the Don said something really slimy, like, you think I don't have copies or something like that. It was really gross.
Yeah. God.
So
kind of makes me want to go back to remake and break the camera and see if I can find a picture on the wall.
We kind of get a glimpse of what she looks like.
Dan Corneo.
Dan
Yes,
Corneo. Whoa.
Dan Corneo.
I want to break the camera because I want a really good look.
That was one time, man.
It was one time. I just needed to find out, man. I needed to find out.
That'd be kind of crazy if they did have that as a. That'd be a really crazy, just weird Easter egg for one specific scene of the book. But hey, I mean, we know it existing in the story.
Yep.
Anyway, so so he just learns that she's no longer in Midgar, and now he's just trying to find more leads wherever he can.
Big shout out to Josh Z. Thank you so much again for tossing Gil. Really appreciate you, man. It's really awesome because we spent 3 to 5 hours doing these podcasts and all the notes we take and everything. So I really appreciate your support, Josh. Thank you so much for that. Says Leslie's story seems to foreshadow Tifa's search for Cloud when he's lost to the party. Really interesting detail there. I guess the
trekking all over the world.
When Cloud is after the whole northern crater and falls into the live stream, washes up in Middeal, but you have to find him. And then I guess Tifa's going to be kind of doing the same situation as Leslie right now. I can't tell if Lee is Stopaga or if he's just in really deep thought. Oh, he's back. He was stopping up for there a second. Okay, he's back.
Both.
Yeah, maybe both. Oh no, but yeah, just throw that out there.
No.
But we can keep on moving. Let's
If
move
I'm
on
not
through these
stopped-
side quests because we're gonna move on through it.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna get to the
I mean, we're almost done anyway.
Yes, exactly.
So, anyway, so that search leads to Leslie being here at the Dust Bowl because Leslie learned that Gus was running a competition where a woman was being offered up as a prize.
Now this is one where Tifa's gonna step up. Yeah.
Yep. No. Okay. Her being relevant here makes a bit more sense, but than what I was saying with like Chocobo Sam. But yeah, I think this is also interesting because what's funny is that this game really loves giving you such charismatic, fun villains, but making them the like shittiest people imaginable. Like Gus is such a fun character on the surface. Even Corneo is just so goofy and like eccentric that like you can't help but laugh at him, but then you think about his character and you're like, oh man, you're like actually like genuinely terrible. Like you're same thing with Gus. Anyway, so rumor has it that the woman is from Midgar, and Leslie has a hunch that it might be his darling Merle. Tifa is disgusted to learn that a woman is being offered as a prize, stating, she's a prize? That's sick.
Yeah.
To which Leslie very bluntly says, Gus is a real piece of shit, to put it mildly. The way he said that made me like, Gus is a real piece of shit, to put it mildly.
Yeah.
Cloud asks if Gus was responsible for Leslie's injuries. Leslie says it was monsters. Gus is basically just, having his party, as he calls it, but it's really just an excuse to see blood, as we find out. He's just getting people to form parties to go in, fight his fiends, and they just get absolutely like destroyed, and people find amusement in this. It's pretty savage. Leslie says he puts people against fiends, and his money's always on the ladder. So yeah, it's pretty much rigged to just be like live entertainment for these like savages, just to watch people get like absolutely messed up by fiends. Leslie lost, but he decides that, or not decide. Leslie lost, but he confided in you, asking for your help to go in with your party, seeing as you guys would definitely have a shot to take down the fiends here. What's strange is that Cloud was actually a little contemplative. I wasn't sure if he didn't seem totally sold on the idea of doing this. I don't know if it was out of just not being too invested in Leslie, or just he just wasn't interested in doing this because he doesn't respond right away. Tifa though, like nudges him more or less, and it's like, okay, yeah, we'll do it. Like Tifa's all in on saving this woman, which is good.
Heck yeah.
So basically, Leslie even has to go as far to remind him that he's a merc. To which Cloud was like, oh yeah, true. And then Tifa nudges him to go along with it, and he was like, okay, yeah, we'll do it.
Minor detail.
Cloud's actually, I just kind of zoned out. I'm sorry. Like I wasn't paying attention.
He's me when my internet starts acting up.
He's like, just remind me, were you gonna pay me or not? That's
it was
2,000.
I missed the problem where that's my
$2,000.
Wait, I missed the part where that's my problem.
Watch out, Peter Parker.
Got something.
Watch out, Tiger.
Anyway, so he also states he informs the party that the rules are party of 5, no animals involved. I did this before the Kate betrayal, so that excluded Kate, who was with me, but also Namaki, who was very interested in attending, but just couldn't.
Huh.
He seemed pretty eager to get in. I think he was also disgusted by the whole thing and wanted to get involved, but no, he got sidelined. Leslie says, I'm counting on you, and so is that woman. If anyone can put Gus in his place, it's Wall Market's reigning champs. A nice little nod back to Remake. So, I did make a note of an optional dialogue. So, like, if you go back to talk with him before you go down, he mentions that this has been his first real lead since leaving Midgar. He hopes it's not a dead end. So that kind of shows how desperate this whole situation there really hasn't been much in favor for him. This was just like a happenstance, and it's really unfortunate when we find out that this is not Merle. So
checking in the wrong places, bro. You got to go to Wutai.
Yeah, I think the Wu-Tai theory is a good one, man.
Hell yeah.
I think so.
Gonna clip that out, make it its own video.
What is it? What was I reading? All right, so Leslie also informs you that this I thought was cool. This is an optional dialogue as well. The fiends fetch a high price, high price, and Leslie knows this because Corneo was a frequent customer. So we learned that Corneo and Gus were like doing business with each other, and that sort of answers my question earlier about where the hell is he getting these fiends and like why are they getting donified? He's getting them from Gus, it seems. Gus is collecting, which also makes sense that the Dust Bowl is in Corel, which has cactuars and tonberries.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense that the donberry and the cactuars are coming. Yeah. So wow. Okay. Cool.
It's all coming together.
Graphically relevant. Yeah, so good call.
Yep. Gus is supplying him with his little prized fiend babies that he's donifying. So yeah. Anyway, and the last thing he says with the optional dialogue, which I also thought was interesting, is he says the Dust Bowl people make wall markets look like angels, and we know that wall market was already kind of filled with vile people to begin with. So which I mean, granted. The wall market has like their own Fight Club thing, but in this one, this is literally just Gus setting up people to get mauled by vicious animals and creatures, and everybody's just enjoying the hell out. Like I can definitely see where Leslie's coming from on this. At least wall market, which is still like full of scum and villainy, they seem a bit more civilized.
Scum and villainy.
Exactly. Yep.
Yes.
Anyway, so we get into the fights. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I took too many notes on like the fights themselves. They're all pretty cool except for one, which I will mention. But Gus introduces the challengers as the champion of Chocobos, the racing ace himself, Cloud the Knife, and crew.
Cloud the Knife.
I mean, it's cool. He's no Scotch and Koch, but like it's cool.
Yeah. I mean, it cool.
It cool. He's his friends. What? Oh, he says his fiends are the fiercest before the thing's about to commence. He says that they are bound to witness a real brutal bloodbath of untold proportions. So he's really selling the idea that everybody's gonna get like mauled to death. Again, I just want to point out, because obviously, like, I want to move along to the rankings. The fights all here, pretty fun and cool. There is one, though, that I'm going to be blunt here. I hate this one. It's the Aerith and the two bombs.
Oh, really?
Don't like this one at all. First of all, I know that I don't play Aerith, but it was funny because I looked at people's opinions on this. On like, nobody likes this one, it seems. It's rough. I don't know what difficulty this guy's
in this video too. I was watching it.
Can't you equip elemental fire
elemental in the armor
on your armor and then absorb all that?
Yeah.
But that's what I was gonna basically get at. You can do that later, I think. But at this point, I don't remember if I thought to do that. So I absolutely hated this. When I did it on the replay, New Game Plus, I did. But sometimes I'd be forgetting things when I'm actually doing the first playthrough. The other thing that sucks too is that then you have to quit, then you have to go back out, redo everything, and then But I remember the first time I did this, I hated this. And granted, if you do what you just suggested, it does make it easier, but it's still Aerith against two bombs. So
Arcane Ward, double Blizzard.
Yep, it's a wrap.
Does Blizzard work on? I don't remember them. Are they weak to Blizzard?
I think it's weak. To
I don't think they're weak to.
No. They might not be. This is one of those instances where it doesn't line up the way you think it would be. I don't remember what they're weak to.
I don't think they have an elemental weakness.
Oh,
Blizzard will still work. But
I know I definitely had the
elemental fire
to like have the damage or whatever. But yeah,
that's the other thing too, is that the first time you play this, the elemental, like I don't remember how much I had it leveled up, but it wasn't max, so I wasn't getting healed from it. And even still, they're just they are relentless, and she's too slow. Even if you make the ward to like flip over, they just hit you with a ranged attack, and then if they get close, they just sort of beat you with their bodies. I was not a fan of this particular fight. It's the only thing about this whole like chapter that I actually dislike.
I remember how to make this fight easy. I forget what the name of the ability she has. Nobody ever uses it. It creates that shield.
Oh yeah,
It blocks all the projectiles. You just pop that and you just stand there.
Yo,
throwing
Josh.
stuff.
Josh
And they
said what
won't
I was
come-
thinking too. Oh, I'm sorry. Go. I'm sorry. I was just thinking about it.
Yeah, nah. That's all I was saying. They'll literally just stay at range. Like they'll come up close, but they'll keep spitting fireballs and they'll just block everything.
I like so Josh C said if you parry it, it's easy. And I'm like, I was sitting there looking at when they were shooting the freaking fireballs, and I'm sitting there thinking like all I think about is freaking Expedition 33, like parry.
Yeah.
As soon as that fireball hits me, I'm gonna parry it. Just have Mael stack fire attacks on top of their fire attacks. Oops, wrong game.
I'll just be honest. It could also just be me disliking playing as Aerith. I really don't.
Yeah, you got to understand her mechanics a little bit there. Like,
it's not that I don't even understand it. It's just I don't like
or just
playing her. She doesn't feel good to me. Like I know she's broken, but she's only broken for me when I'm being complimented by like her solo. Dreadful.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to play her without somebody else.
It's like you got it with Aerith. Drop the Radiant Ward, which allows you to do like quicker attacks, and like the attacks are beams now. And then you drop another ward over on the other side that's like an arcane ward that allows you double cast materia or magic, and then you can like triangle and teleport back and forth between them. That's how Aerith becomes fun. But like if you're just like
even still, I don't know what it is about her playstyle. Like I said, I'm a very aggressive playstyle to begin with, so I don't like her because she's mostly defensive. You're not
support
getting in faces. Like to me, it's. I mean, one cool thing about this series is learning who plays who and how we liked them. I remember when I first mentioned that Red was always my mainstay. That got you guys to go, what?
Yeah, I was surprised.
Like,
for sure.
Yeah, like I can't if ever the option, he's got to be on my team. There's nobody else I would rather want by my side than Red on my team. So for me, this was just the one gripe that I personally had. But otherwise, fun. I like this moment. But moving back onto the plot, Gus hypes up Cloud, but he's upset with this unexpected upset, and then immediately just starts freaking out on him. He's just like, he claps, says, "Way to give the people a show." Wasn't, he basically he's just like, "Oh yeah, way to give people a show, yada yada." He wasn't expecting his little baby to get crushed. And then he calls Cloud an inconsiderate son of a bitch while screaming about how much kill he spent on that fiend. He's just like, "You inconsiderate son of a bitch!" Like, just lays it on him. Gus proposes a partnership that they could start sweeping and like playing into fights. He proposes a partnership with Cloud so that they could like rig fights, and so that he can make more money with him.
That wasn't the last fight in this series that like fiend that like
Joker
with the human voice or whatever.
Yeah. No, wait.
Or am I thinking of a different one?
That was
the experiment.
That was in a different one. Yeah.
That's different. But yeah, that was the nod to what was that? The like glitch or the bug or whatever with that enemy that was speaking. Yeah.
It was the dog that could speak, right? Test Zero or something.
Yep.
Like that?
Test Zero. Yeah.
This one had Joker, the one that had the cards.
Joker.
That one.
Joker was a cool fight.
I was gonna say that was up there as one of my favorite battles as well. I think.
I don't think it was up there for one of my favorites, but it's cool. It's
just a cool gimmick.
So that makes it. Anytime something's different, it's gonna be fun. I just don't know, like just because it's different doesn't make it.
It's like it has a gimmick. That was pretty much it. Like it's a nice little gimmick. It's, but yeah,
it's fun. It's cool.
Tifa decks him, bro.
Dude, yeah. So Cloud denies his partnership proposal and then asks him where the girl is. Gus calls him a dirty dog, then asks him to reconsider his offer after he has, he's just saying like, bro, like, come on, man, reconsider the offer. We would really make some good money here. Cloud scoffs, and then Tifa walks up to Gus. He tries to flirt with her, but she kicks him in the gut. Just levels him. He's like knocked over, and she says, "Don't you ever pull this crap again. You offer any more people as prizes, they'll have to scrape you off my shoe." Got it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Gus goes, "Yes, ma'am," in like a very groaned, pained voice.
Yeah. Get him, Tifa.
Yeah. Dude. Just I like that it was like in public too. Like it was in the middle of the arena that everybody just saw that at just kind of leveled. We don't see the aftermath of that, but I'd like to think that is something that he ain't going to bed tonight without thinking about the whole Dust Bowl. Seeing him get humiliated like that.
Gus will remember this.
Gus went telltale on us.
Yeah, Gus will remember this.
He's gonna parachute in and be like, I never forgot what you did to me. But what was it? All right. We go back out. We catch up with Leslie. Tifa excitedly asks how the reunion went with Leslie and his girl, but Leslie has to inform that it was a different girl. It was not his girl. It was a different one. Tifa is just sorry to hear that. You can tell that she's like, she really feels for him here. Like, it's got to be heartbreak. Like, he really was sold on this lead. Again, we said before, it's really the only lead he's got, and it was a pretty promising one on the surface. Like, hey, girl being offered as a prize, it's an associate of Corneo's, and she's from Midgar. It all sort of checked out, but fortunately, it was not. So Tifa was, apologized for hearing this. We learned, though, that the girl fell for a scam at the Gold Saucer and ended up as a prize for Gus to pawn off. And that was interesting to me because damn well Dio wouldn't entertain that. So I'm curious, is there something more sinister going on at this? Like, was this a scam not authorized by the saucer, or is this somebody working there? I don't think they're ever going to explore this, but it was one of those things that made me think, like, was this like, for example, like a Queen's Blood card desk kiosk person and they led this into a scam? Or was this just some, like, who was? It was the GP trader. Remember in the original game, that sketchy guy? But it was him.
There he is.
He sold her some GP and this girl got taken. But no, it was just one of those things that made me think. But otherwise, Leslie, being a good dude, he sent her back up and made sure that she was safe. Again, Tifa apologizes about this, and he says that, she don't have to be sorry about it because he will find her eventually, and he's sure of it. And while it's a very depressing end to the quest here, it is, I at least have comfort in knowing that he does actually succeed here. So, in a weird way, we get a happy ending, just not yet. We gotta wait for part 3 in Wutai to see that happy ending.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, it pretty much just ends with him asking what Cloud and Co are up to. Cloud mentions that they are also looking for something and need it urgently. I did this, I guess. Oh no, I guess it would have lined up either way, because in this conversation, I figured it was about the Keystone. I actually don't know if the conversation changes after or not, because I did this before going into the saucer. So it sounds like Cloud's talking about winning the Keystone, but I guess it could still apply for the black materia. But anyway, Cloud mentions that they are also looking for something and need it urgently. Leslie chuckles, says, quote, same story, end quote.
Yeah.
He wishes them luck. Tifa does the same for him. And it ends. He just goes off, I guess, to go look for more leads that lead him to Wutai.
That lead him to Wutai, that's right. It's all going to all roads go to Wutai. And the parachute.
I want to... and the parachute. I'm torn between this one and the book one as my favorite. This one's cool just because I really like how much this one fleshes out the world that we don't get to see in this game. This one really gives more insight to what's going on with Wall Market, Sector 7. It's getting us back in touch with Midgar, which is like pretty much the only place besides our Zack attacks we don't see, and those aren't even necessarily conveying proper information about what's going on in Midgar as we know it. It's just cool having somebody give us pretty big, insightful information about what's happening back home at Midgar.
Yeah.
And also, Leslie's a cool character, and I'm excited to see him and Merle reunite. So, I'm torn on it.
It's been a nice little ongoing storyline throughout Remake, Rebirth, and then into Part 3. I like that.
I will also just quickly say, though, the Gus Funk battle theme still goes hard. We heard it the first time in chapter, I think it was 8. Yeah, 8. Mm-hmm. But we hear it again now. Man, Dude, they really cooked. The bassist, I don't know who it was, but they need to give him more money. Or her. Or whoever it was, whoever did the bass on the Gus Funk and the battle.
Gus Funk's
Anyway.
awesome.
Gus Funk's awesome. Battle Eddie goes crazy.
So we're gonna go into Can't Stop, Won't Stop, but we're gonna like kind of like breeze through. I know you had something funny to say about the Can't Stop, Won't Stop. What do you got to say? Like,
Okay.
We're not gonna like recap the whole chapter. We're just gonna do a.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun. I'm cool with that. I just I want to point out something about this quest.
Yeah.
And some of you may or may not feel my pain. You two won't. You two, well, you might feel it. I don't know if you guys did the fix for this or when you did this quest. So I'm going to take you back to when this game released, right? We're up to like the end of, I don't know, like it came out in February. I want to say this is like the end of March or whatever, right? Whenever I had finally gotten around to getting to the end of the game, as I told you guys, I did every piece of side content before finishing up the game. I did everything I could. Every side quest, every tower, like the proto relics. I was on it.
Props.
I'm in chapter 13, right? I finished the last side quest I needed to do, and I unlocked this little number. Like, oh, cool. I'm gonna go do that, and then I'm gonna finish my side quest, and that's it. We're done. Like, I was super excited.
Yeah.
So I take my sorry ass over to the saucer, start doing some stuff, and everything, again, it was awesome. I'm having fun. I'm laughing at the stupid little, goofiness of the quest. I like that Cloud and the Shimmer Mill Manager, like, they give their little double high five and hold it for a second when they see each other. Like, this quest is very goofy all around, and it's a very fun final quest to, give. So, anyway, we're up to the part where I start doing the challenge, right? I forgot what order I did the challenges in, but I remember a couple of them I had done. I did, the Chocobo race, had a great time. I love the prize you get from that. Galactic Savior, all of them are having so much fun. Then I get to G-Bike, one of my favorite mini games. Very fun, right? I kill the score, absolutely blow it out of the water, except it doesn't progress. It still says I need to beat the high score for G-Bike. Even though I got a couple thousand points over
Oh, that's right. This was a glitch. So, I remember this.
So get this. I'm like, okay, whatever, glitch. I restart the entire quest.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, maybe it was the order I did G-Bike or something. So I try this multiple times. First, second, third, fourth.
Oh, no. I remember this being a thing.
Find out that this is the only side, and it's the very last side quest that has a glitch going on.
No.
Where you can't beat it because the game basically hard locks it, like the quest itself.
Yep.
Because no matter what score you get in G-Bike, it's not going to register it as enough. You could double the score cap, and it would not matter.
Oh.
So I was extremely disheartened. All that hard work culminated because I was so ready to just do everything and then be done with it. So I get to this point and this happens. And I start looking into fixes, ways to deal with it, whatever. I find out that you could, if you had a physical copy of the game, uninstalled it, and then disconnected your PlayStation from the internet and then re-downloaded it with the disc, or put the disc in and just let it download the information off disc.
Yeah, okay.
You would bypass the patch update that came in 2 weeks into the game that caused the glitch.
Okay.
The base copy of the game doesn't have the glitch. It was a patch problem.
Nice. Physical copy wins.
Yeah.
Physical copy wins. Guess who didn't have a physical copy?
Oh, no.
So I was like, no. So I'm sitting there with my fucking broken game.
You did.
And I'm like, I just want to beat the game and do the side quests.
You did it.
I worked so hard.
You went out and bought it.
So hard. I worked so hard to get to this point. And I was like, man, all right. So I was like, do I beat the game? I don't want to beat the game. I want to beat the side quest, then beat the game.
Nope.
I waited 2 days. No sign of a patch, anything coming in. And I just was like, man, what
I'm
do
gonna
I
go
do? I want to beat the game, but I can't because like in my brain I wanted to say I did everything before I like actually beat the game.
Yep.
Had to do it.
I cut my losses and I went and I finished the game, and I will tell you guys now, I was salty about it the entire the entirety of the next 2 chapters.
I thought you would go out and buy the game. Bought it on physical.
No, knowing me, you would think that.
You would
but
think
no,
that, yeah.
You would think that, but no. I was so mad. And then I get to the end of the game. Like, all right, so now jump ahead, chapter 14. I beat the game, right? And they're showing you all your end game stats. 30 out of 31, I think it is. Like, because there's 31 side quests, if I'm not mistaken, or is it 30? Whatever it was, I think it's 31. 30 out of 31 done.
That hurts my feelings. I don't like that.
I
don't like
dude.
that. No.
And I preserve the last save as its own save file, and then I make the next one after for the New Game Plus stuff. But I always preserve that because I want to see the time it took, all my stats on just like my first initial playthrough.
Yeah.
So it really, really irritates me, even to this day, that it says 30 out of 31.
Oof.
And I've contemplated going in just to do New Game Plus, just to beat it like I should have, and then saving it.
Yeah.
But the timer wouldn't be accurate anymore. And my level like just nothing about that sits right with me. So I just haven't. And it really, really
that would devastate me, man. That would devastate me. I would have gone out and bought the physical.
I really could have, and I really should have, but I didn't. And the thing is that it sucks because the people who don't have that option, like, you know, I mean, in theory, like, I really could have gone and done that if it meant that much. And even then, if I didn't even need the physical copy, I could have just like returned it back to like Best Buy or GameStop or something, and like, hey, thanks, I just needed this for that.
Yeah.
And here, you can have it back, like, just so I could just beat that. But no, I didn't do that. I should have. Now you make me feel even worse. Thanks, Dan.
You really should have. This is
going to
haunt you for the rest of your life.
It is going to haunt. I'm going to think about this on my deathbed.
Yep.
But dude, like, I remember being so mad, and then I think it took like 2 or 3 weeks for them to actually roll out the patch to fix it.
Oh yeah, it took a little while. I knew a lot of people were complaining about it, and I'm like, I'm over here. It's like, yeah, I just beelined it for the ending after after a certain point. I went back and did all the side quests later, so it didn't affect me. But that's crazy.
I was affected.
Damn. I know. I'm so sorry, man.
I was affected. So I hate to end this side quest discussion on a downer because I love the ending of this quest. I know that we're not really focusing so much on this quest, more so just my horrific experience with it.
Yeah.
But I will say it ends on a nice note with, you know, Shinra middle manager saying, "You beat me." Like, he's just like happy. You beat him in all his scores. It's like, you beat me. And in so doing, prove that you are the ultimate party animal. Cloud says in response, couldn't have asked for a better rival. A guy like you is wasted on Shinra. He says you're too kind. He gets a call. He's got to go back to work. And, you know, basically he shows that he had his fun, but it's time for him to get serious and go back to work. Cloud says, is that the Shinra creed? To which he says, no, it's the middle manager creed. And I like that he's true to his convictions and his character. And then they say, well then, may we meet again.
Hey, that's a tease for part 3s.
That's a tease for part 3. Yeah, tease for 3s.
Tease for 3s.
Is he going to be the guy that left us into lower Midgar?
Yeah,
there's a guy standing out front.
Yeah, he's gonna greet you when you land. Yeah.
Actually, he's gonna be with his little. He's the landing signs.
Oh,
he's gonna be the guy you stand him in with.
Also, I just want to point out that while I was extremely devastated by how long I had to take to get here, I didn't look into what the ending of this quest looked like. So imagine me several weeks later finally going back to beat the quest when the patch rolls out. And being so mad that I had to redo everything. I had to do the Musclehead fight. I had to redo 3D Brawler. I had to redo not 3D, because 3D and Queen's Blood you get after doing the other ones. Like you don't like to, but I had to do G-Bike again. I had to do Galactic Saviors. I had to do the Musclehead.
Hee ha, hee ha, hee hoo.
I just keep going until he comes back.
I guess. I don't know.
And after doing all that, no.
Wow.
Okay.
All right, he's back.
I was sad flexing.
Sad
anyway,
flex.
all right. No, I was gonna say they had to stop me because I was getting a little too negative. I was happy to see Cloud breakdance, but I was also like, man, I waited several weeks for this. I was so over it. I was like, I feel like if I got that before when I should have naturally got it, I'd have loved it so much more. But I remember seeing that, and I was like, man, I had to wait just to see Cloud bust a move. That was my reward. Was this?
When does he bust a move?
What is it? Is it right? I couldn't. Just full disclosure. I told.
Oh, it's right here. It's right here.
Yeah, it said. I told the guys this. Technically, I didn't replay all the quests for this because we broke them all up. So I didn't actually get to play Ultimate Party Animal again. And honestly, after that experience, I don't know if I ever want to. I am so traumatized by this quest.
Yeah, this is he's gonna break dance right here.
Yeah, he starts doing air flares.
Let's go. How about it? Hold on a second. Let me break this down real quick.
Funny is I was wearing the same outfit because it was in New Game Plus.
Yeah, look at him go! Look at him go!
Yeah. Yep, and then he goes into the flare. Yep, little spin, knee spin. I love that, man. Little known fact about Excalibur: I used to break dance in high school.
Come on!
This is actually no. This is the most unsurprising fun fact. Like
this is an unsurprising fun fact.
You strike me as the type who would break dance.
Yeah, I did break dancing.
Oh, you still got it?
A little bit.
He
a
still
little
got
bit.
it.
Listen. So it started. So you guys know I do martial arts and stuff. So capoeira and breakdancing, not that different. And I saw a couple of movies, and I was like, I'm learning all of this.
Yeah. So you're Eddie Gordo.
Yeah. Once upon a time. Once upon a time.
Come on now. I think all the Final fans want to see it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Yo, while Scotch and Koch do the rap after, you got to do the breakdance.
Is every like stupid joke and gimmick and like weird fun fact gonna culminate in the end episode?
yeah, it's got to.
You're gonna get Wiley breakdancing. You're gonna sing promises to keep. No promises to keep. It's all coming. It's all coming.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming.
Is that?
Oh yeah.
Is that shit ass fucking
coming together.
planetologist coming back?
Oh man, you guys want the fellow?
No, they might want it. I don't. I hate that guy. You're cool as hell. That guy sucks. I hate that guy.
I don't even know what is his name. Fellow, just the fellow.
Fellow,
the fellow. Yeah.
The fuck ass. I hate that. I hated that guy. Get him.
Damn.
Bro, no.
You need another seminar. You need another seminar.
Dude, he came in with a statement, went on a tangent for like 10 minutes, and then was like, now, what was the answer to my question? You didn't pose a question, you asshole! You just...
Right.
You talked to me for 10 minutes, made me feel like a jackass. But yeah, you're a nice guy.
He'll be
Thanks for
back.
having me on the show.
Hey, yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Planetologist sucks, though. Dude,
the planetologist...
People are gonna want him back just so that we get into an argument.
Toolman wants him. Toolman wants him back. Toolman wants him back. All right, y'all. Are you ready for the great? Are you ready for the great re-rank and to close out this episode? The great re-rank is upon us. And so what I'm going to do is I'd like to show you the original rankings. Here we go. This starts with me. This is the Warrior of Hypes before Chapter 12. So this is what it looked like. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to flash on over to my new rankings. And I'll try to explain some of the changes that have been made. But this is how it was before the great re-rank. And I'll just do it quickly from top to bottom. Chapter 9, 4, 2, 10, 8, 1, 6, 7, 3, 11, 5. That's for the audio listeners that I'm absolutely going to keep up with. You can count on that. You can count on me. to make sure the audio listeners are getting the podcast. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Make sure they get it.
Sorry about that. That's so my bad. My bad. I dropped chapter 11 and 12, part 1, all in just yesterday. I was like, here you go. This is 10 hours worth of content. Have fun with that. That'll hold you for a while. Now, here's the new one. There's the new setup. You probably can't even tell a difference. But
yeah, what happened here?
So, Golden Key is going to fall in at number 5. So, what I have is the new ranking is 9, 4, 2, 10, 12, 1, 6, 8, 7, 5, 11, 3. The change up that happens is I do move, let's see, because Golden Key comes in here. I think I move Fall of a Hero up above. Yeah, so Chapter 8 falls down. Chapter 8 falls down below A Fool's Paradise. Because the more I think about it, the more I remember, I remember Neener. You know?
Neener.
The Palmer stuff just everything that happens in that chapter does not lift it above Palmer. The Palmer fight makes me it makes me upset, and I can't look at it and go, yeah, a chapter that makes me upset is above anything. So, I because of that.
Dan,
yeah.
I know how to console you.
Yeah, how you do, man?
Little spoon?
Obviously. I love that freaking game. I love the game.
Sorry.
Obviously. Please help me.
Please help me. Good.
Yeah, good. He's all right, I'm out. See ya. There will be a lot of fighting. That's right. That's true. I'm in. Oh, God. Anyways, we're going to be doing an Expedition 33 spoiler cast for everybody on Tuesday. All right, so if you're excited about that one, tune in on Tuesday. We're going to have special guest Subtext and Joshy Poo going to talk about the story, everything we loved about it. And then we have a special little topic afterwards as well. Now, so this is basically it. All that glitters falls down. I think I didn't really mess with much. Oh, Blood in the Water came up. So Blood and Water was last, and I moved it up because I didn't like that being below. Deeper into Darkness really does kind of belong on the bottom because there's not much really going on for it. So as a chapter, it doesn't make me upset. It doesn't make me too thrilled either. Like I'm just like, yeah, it just exists. It's just a good. It's a chapter, and it does have some fun, interesting fights with that mithril golem. But other than that, it drops. So there's my new ranking. There it is. Cool. And now we're going to go over to the previous ranking that Excalibro had, and of course this is from last week, so that's highlighted. So Excalibro, I want you to. Oh, whoops. That's how I feel about that chapter. I want you to
change your number 5.
That's how I feel about that chapter. No, but so Excalibro, you don't really have much to walk me through, do you? Because here's your new ranking. Oh wait, that's not it. It goes over to. You don't have much to explain, but because not much has changed. But
I moved one thing. Yeah.
One change.
For the audio listeners, the change or the original ranking was 9, 4, 8, 10, 11, 2, 7, 6, 1, 5, 3. And then the new one is 9, 4, 12, 8, 10, 11, 2, 7, 1, 6, 5, 3. So go ahead and explain some changes.
Yeah, so basically I just decided that the first chapter was better than Costa del Sol because it's too iconic. When I looked at that and it was, ranked below chapter 6, it just didn't feel right. Everything else on here I feel like reflects how I feel about these chapters pretty well. So that was really the only thing I corrected. And then of course chapter 12 takes my number 3 spot this week. There's so much great stuff about this. But really, it's just the culmination of the date and getting to see Loveless, and I mean, the icing on the cake was the fight against, Apsu with Corneo and then Rufus and some of that kind of stuff. But really, I thought it was a great chapter. So, I mean, that pretty much sums up what we're looking at right here. Not much else to say about it.
Very nice.
Cool.
I had put I didn't think I explained that, but I put it at number 5. For this one, it was below Watchers of the Veil, above Fall of a Hero, and I think that makes sense. Like for all of the reasons that Excalibur said. But yeah, like so. There we go. We're gonna go over to Dragoon King. Dragoon King, your original ranking, I think you are the one who changed the most. Me and Excalidio didn't really change too much to our rankings, but you have made...
Mine made some changes.
You have made quite the adjustments here. So let's go ahead and take a look at where you were and where you are now. Originally 5, 4, 6, 10, 11, 2, 1, 8, 9, 7, 3. And then now 12, 10, 4, 5, 6, 11, 8, 9, 2, 1, 7, 3. So your number 1, which was Blood in the Water, you have dropped it down to number 4 now. So, and there's a bunch of other changes too. So what do you got?
I'm going to be honest with you. The number 1 was always going to be 12. 12's been my favorite chapter since the first playthrough of the game. Like, I didn't have to think about this, and then I replayed it, and it still held up. Like, to me, it's the best chapter for a number of reasons. I think it's really fun. I love the date element of the story. I love all the variety of dates. Like, it's one of the most fun to revisit, whether you're just trying out new date options. It has the most side quests. So, whether you missed ones from previous chapters or you're just doing all the ones this one has to offer, this is undoubtedly the best, in my opinion. Even better than 13, which technically is the same. It's just you have Kate for this one. So this one offers the most, side content with the full party at your disposal. So that to me is like a huge factor in it. And yeah, it's the chapter I've replayed the most. I love everything about it. I like that narratively, it's actually pretty short, so you can bang this one out without feeling like you need to do something for too long. But I want to point out that 5 dropped down considerably, but 2 to 5 could really rearrange in any order. Those 4 below number 1, I had so much trouble trying to figure out where I put them. They're my favorites under 12. It's 12's number 1, and then any one of those could be number 2 on a different day. So,
Feel that.
Just this time around, I forgot how much I really like Chapter 10. Dissecting it was a lot of fun on the podcast. I've rewatched some of my own thoughts on that one and what I mentioned, and I realized, wow, I really like that chapter. 4, I think, while 12 and 10 I favor more right now, 4 is, in my opinion, objectively maybe the best chapter in the game from all standpoints. It just offers great gameplay, great narrative, all that stuff. 5, personal pick. I know that one's not everybody's favorite in the same way it's mine. I just like that one. And then I know 9 is everybody's favorite. That's just not for me.
I know you brought it down low. Yeah,
I kept it down low because for me, my sentiment still holds the same. It's just 9 is one of those chapters that I really enjoy the bold direction the story goes on it. But I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I don't like the region much. I've tried to replay it. I just don't enjoy going to this and it's a shame because it's a very beautiful region. I love Gungaga Village, and I like the jungle in theory. I just don't have fun with it. I don't have fun with it. The side quests are cool. They're not anything to write home about. The Proto Relic is really cool in this one. I'll give it credit where it's due. But with its the lacking open world for me, I can't justify putting it much higher because to me, replay value on a chapter on an individual level is a huge factor, which is another reason why I think 2 and 1 kind of go low. Because once I beat 1 in hard mode, unless I just want to revisit and refeel that experience or I'm doing a full game playthrough, that is not a chapter I'm ever really going to... There's no reason to revisit 1 besides just enjoying the story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's nothing that it particularly offers that's... Unless you love vacuuming. If you love the vacuuming minigame...
If you love that vacuuming, bro.
One is
I'm gonna throw this out there real quick. So one of the reasons moved 1 up is because you get to play as Sephiroth.
Yeah.
So that for me is a reason to revisit. Like, forget the vacuuming, forget all the bystanders, waiting an hour and a half to do anything when he's killing them all. Like,
Yeah.
playing as Sephiroth is pretty dope.
Yeah, it's
I just want to throw out if there was a reason to revisit it. I feel like that would be it.
12 and 13 offer you that same thing in a natural playthrough if you unlock the ability to play him through Chadley.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
and then New Game Plus.
That's not the same, but okay.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
I get what you're saying.
I know what you mean. Like, if you're talking about gameplay wise, then yeah, like obviously, if anything, the Chadley stuff is better for it because you get more of a challenge with it. But if you're looking just for that raw, like, yo, I'm playing Sephiroth and this is cool as hell, then yeah, 1 is the chapter to offer that for.
Man, I tell you, like, for me, like, going to chapter 1, I have it here at number 6. Like, it's about middle of the pack for me right now. And I think what it happens here, and I did change it. Let me see. I had one. Only thing I did was basically move all that glitters down low, and which move that up. But middle of the pack here, I think what happened for this one is that it's such an iconic moment. It is such an iconic, like, this chapter should not fail. Like, this chapter should be number 1 on my list.
Yeah.
Like, going into Rebirth, I think one of my most anticipated thing was like, oh, the Nibelheim incident is going to be so freaking good. I think, in my opinion, I think they kind of fumbled that a little bit.
I agree.
And I was like, man, I think Cloud limping through in the same little sputter animation was very slow, and it's just, you guys, you could have done something epic here with Sephiroth and the like the swordsman or the gunsman just standing there, and you're just like, what are you doing? There were moments that I felt like didn't hit, and I was like, man, this chapter could not fail, and it kind of did in a little bit, but it never did anything that made me upset. Like I was never like, I hate this chapter. And I do love going back, and I think about that truck ride. I think about the cinematography of that truck ride all the time. I'm like, dude, I love the one shot. I love that continuous one shot. I love the storytelling from Cloud and the comment. I love at the end of this chapter, Cloud and Tifa have that rooftop conversation. Yeah. I love that setup there. Chapter 1 has a lot of great stuff packed into it. It just has some missteps along the way. The vacuum's obviously one of those, where that dungeon is not very fun, even though you do get to play as Sephiroth, which does make up for it.
Yeah, it's just like the dungeon part. Like, I agree with you, and it's crazy because I've even said this, I think, on the Project Calm podcast we did a couple of years ago. The Nibelheim incident is, in my opinion, the moment I truly fell in love with.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like,
it is my favorite moment in all of Final Fantasy VII. Like, the false memory Nibelheim incident is my favorite. Like, to me, it's like a masterclass of deceptive storytelling. Yeah. Which at the time isn't deceptive because your first playthrough, that you're taking it as truth. There's some kind of like weird holes in it, but for the most part, you have no reason to suspect that Cloud had this whole thing totally wrong. Yeah. So like that to me is just like, it's masterclass in storytelling. It holds up. I always tell the story like with that. When I realized I was looking at art was when Jackie was on the couch next to me. She was taking a nap or she was falling asleep. She kind of had her head like resting up against my lap. I'm playing the game. The music kicks in right before Sephiroth goes to burn down Nibelheim, and Those Shows About the Planet starts playing.
What a moment!
And I remember building up to this scene. I was super invested, and I looked down at her. She was like fading out. When the crescendo finally drops, because at first they kind of build it with the suspense, and then they actually drop it. I remember looking down, and her eyes were open. She was fixated on what was happening too. Like that's what I realized. I'm like, and the whole time she was like, Jackie, I love you. I'm not trying to like make you sound it. Like she was roasting the polygons. She's like, the models look like I mean, yes, like we're nerds, we like it, but damn, like yes, it does not look great. I know the models are dated. I mean, the backgrounds are still beautiful, but but it was just one of those things where the moment itself carried so much weight, and it was crazy to me that chapter 1, like I can't. I want to put it higher. I think I look at it a bit less fondly at times because of the later half of it being just so riddled with problems. I think it starts really strong. The truck's cool. The Zack intro is like so out of left field and cool to me.
Yeah.
It ends really strong with the conversation, like when we're back in calm.
Yeah.
But the end of the flashback itself,
I think there was
sort of falls apart.
So much expectation for it. And then like
that's the other part too.
I didn't like some of the choices they made. I didn't like the smile. I think that was.
I don't like the smile either.
Didn't like
I
it
don't
at all.
like.
But we did talk
guys.
extensively about that in our
Go
first
back and
episode.
watch
Go
one.
back and watch episode 1 if you want more on that.
But no,
here's your new list. This is the new list. Are you guys ready to find out how it has affected the official rankings?
Oh, I didn't even think about the official rank.
Yep. Here we go. This was the official rankings from last time. This is how it was before, and then I'm going to tell you how it becomes what it becomes. All right. So it was number 1, chapter 4, 9, 10, 2, 8, 6, 11, 1, 5, 7, 3. I hope you remember that order because here's the new ranking. You guys ready for this? Chapter 4, 12, 9, 10, 2, 8, 6, 11, 1, 5, 7, 3. Now, if you do remember that, nothing changes. The only thing that changes is you put Golden Key in the middle.
That's crazy.
Nothing changed. Like, you did a full rearrange and everything is still in the same order. It's just Golden Key ends up at number 2.
You know, it's funny. I did do a full rearrange, but if you really look at what I rearranged, it wasn't, there was no major jumps. There wasn't something from the bottom that went way high up or high up that fell off hard. It was like the first 5 rearranged and then the later set, you know what I mean? Like there wasn't too great, but it's weird that nothing changed.
Nothing changed. I thought that was,
That's
I was like,
wild.
I'm so excited for you guys to see this because nothing changes it doesn't change the official rank at all.
I actually am happy with that.
Yeah. So your rankings are you're more satisfied with your personal rankings, and the official rankings stay exactly the same. That's right. It goes Dawn of a New Era, Golden Key at number 2, and then Planet Stirs as your top 3. Golden Key made its way into our top 3, and you can thank Dragoon King for that. Putting it at number 1 really, really boosts the numbers there. To put Golden Key up there. Very surprised.
You can also thank me for 9 being
for putting 9 down low because look, me and Wiley have it at number 1, and then you having it down here at number 8.
At 8,
puts it at 3 because we all kind of have the idea of Golden Key number 3, and then it's number 5 for me. So, it all ends up being as follows. So
it went right between where me and Wiley put it. So really, it could have been higher if you just liked it a bit more. Damn,
if you liked it just a little bit more. Yeah, because I couldn't put it above Watchers of the Veil. I don't know.
I totally get it. It's just I think I have the most attachment to 12.
Yeah.
I remember it was the first chapter I went back to in New Game Plus because I wanted to see other date options. I wanted to see.
I really enjoyed the date. I did enjoy the Loveless play. I would say that I don't really care about the Loveless play on my second playthrough, other than or on my other playthroughs. Other than for this analysis, I was like, okay, I care about Loveless play now. But as far as my first playthrough, seeing the Loveless play, I was like, I mean, this is alright. But
really?
I wasn't. I mean, I like the choreography. I love the beautiful. There's dance. There's some story. I didn't
Jesse
care.
part blew me away.
Yeah.
And I found the interactive part very fun. And on a replay, it's really not too bad because you don't get penalized for performing badly. In fact, actually, on doing a replay, I had to play through the beginning part again. Because my PlayStation turned off or whatever, so I didn't save any of the progress from the date part when I paused it, so I had to redo that part. And I was like, I'm just gonna skip the cutscenes. I'm not even gonna bother. Fun fact: the lowest grade you can get if you get all bads is a B on the final phase. I got a
Yeah,
B.
I saw that too.
I got
Yeah.
a B, and I didn't even hit a damn button.
Really?
I thought that was cool.
If you
Interesting.
walk away,
Um,
you still get a B. Yep.
Interesting.
Point is that given that it's very easy to just hold down triangle, you can skip through most of the play. You got to make a decision, and then you just don't even have to play the rhythm part, like or the button part.
Yeah.
I don't find it too bad to really get through. If I'm being 1,000% honest with you, I feel like that could change across different people's opinions of it. But
Yeah.
to me, if I don't want to deal with it, it's really not too egregious to like deal with.
So it's kind of
like, okay.
So like that's the thing. Like where I was just like, all right, I honestly the only reason why I care about Loveless right now is that I'm doing an analysis for it, and I think there's like major implications for like the main storyline going on. And of course we did that in the previous episode where we dive in. But like other than that, it's pretty to look at. The like you said, the mini game is kind of mindless if you want it to be. You don't really have to worry about it too much. And with the mini game, I'll be honest. It's forced optional with the mini. Honestly, I can't even focus on the action going on anyway. I'm focused on the button presses. I don't know what's going on the screen. So
Well, that's why it's fun. You could just not play it because if you want to see the choreography, just don't.
just watch the choreography. And I think that's kind of cool. I don't know. I think I kind of, it's as silly as that sounds, I kind of preferred the original being goofy and silly, and like that's just it's a fun little play. And like you're kind of part of it. And then going into the I love Loveless, not Loveless. I love the No Promises to Keep performance. One of the top moments of this game, honestly. I love that. That was so good. And obviously you think about the goofy silly play wouldn't have meshed well with this beautiful performance. That was amazing. Everything that kind of happens after that with the naming rights, I was like, we could have made this more interesting with different boss battles, kind of rehashing the same. And then that was like, I put it up higher because we are basing this chapter on all the side quests. Like this chapter, you can do all of the side quests, where I would have lumped that into chapter 13. But in fairness, I have to put it in here because
it is something that belongs to 12.
It belongs to 12. So,
Right.
So that brings it up. I think that Loveless, or the No Promises to Keep performance, and the Loveless play in its own right, but the Skywheel dates, that's what brings it up on my list. Like that, those are the reasons why it's high on my list.
I understand your criticisms there. It's funny though, because as somebody who was not the fondest of Remake, you're saying like, oh yeah, these are just rehashes of fights that we've already done. It's like I played Remake once and I didn't go back.
Oh, wow.
So, I didn't hate Remake. Like I don't want people to think I hate Remake.
Yeah.
It's as far as 7 stuff goes, it's not up there for me. I played through once.
You guys still want that remake and review or reviewed and ranked series? You guys want that still?
Hey, I might have interesting insight.
I like.
I might need a fresher up, but nah, like that. To me, Remake. Yeah. I played it once. I think I messed a little bit with New Game Plus, but I have not. The amount of time I put into Rebirth has I think quadrupled Remake at this point.
Yeah.
What's funny about that is that it doesn't feel. I mean, it is a rehash of things we did in Remake, but it really isn't for me because I didn't play Remake that much comparatively. So I fought Abzu once. I fought Rufus once.
Yeah. I just felt like there were opportunities for a change in if you're going to give me like a gauntlet of bosses, they could have done something a little different there. But I like what Mr. Bigglesworth was like. We should do Remake and Rebirth chapters, like start to integrate Remake chapters into our rankings. That would be crazy.
You guys wouldn't like that if I did that though, because it's just
it would be all at the bottom.
It's gonna be a lot of.
Well, something is bound to be better than Deeper in the Darkness.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm not saying a lot, but I don't think I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I'm looking at the top. Well, this is the official rank. If you went to my ranking and showed the top 6, I can't think of anything from Remake that I would personally.
I would go. I mean, I could tell you right now.
Wait, is the tower collapse also lumped in with the Ghost Graveyard? Is that the same? No, that's a separate chapter, right? Ghost Graveyard ends, and then they're the same. think Ghost Graveyard ends and then
Ghost
started
Graveyard
chapter.
it's its own chapter, and then it goes that's its own contained chapter.
Because the Tower Collapse chapter was always the one I.
I mean, I'll give you a spoiler right now because I don't know when we're going to do the remake reviewed and ranked, if we ever even do it. Because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I'm a little burnt. I'm a little burnt out on the analysis. So we're going to be going into hype casts after this, talking about part 3, what we're most excited about. But if and when we do it, you can count on my number 1, and I mean even if you integrate it in with this, number 1 is chapter 1 of remake. There will never be another moment.
Yeah, how many times have you replayed the bombing mission, bro?
Bro, there is nothing in video games that have made me feel that way.
And,
so
and not a whisper to be seen.
Not a whisper to be seen. Only one little slight thing that I didn't like, but I was whatever. It was when Shinra blows up the thing. I'm like, all right, we don't need this. We don't need that. But everything else about that chapter is
perfect. No, you're right. You're right.
Everything it is the summary. It is the sum of everything I ever dreamed of for a remake to be of Final Fantasy VII. It is the pinnacle of what I dreamed of and what I begged for. Everything that follows after that, not so much. But there it is.
I'll drop some Wily lore. So when that demo dropped for the bombing run,
Burnout would be. I'm sorry. All right, go ahead. He said Burnout would be crazy. Are you trying to say like Burnout Revenge and Burnout 3 Takeout and stuff? But go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. So when that dropped, like I didn't know it was gonna drop. It was like I had heard rumors floating around that that demo was gonna drop. Yeah. And when I saw it, dude, I played that demo for the rest of the night, and I didn't go into work the next day.
Oh,
like I didn't know that was gonna happen. I was just like, I'm not going to work, bro. Like I already made up my mind. It's 4 a.m. I'm gonna keep playing. Like that sounds crazy, but that's how crazy I was for it when it came out, dude. I played it. I looked at everything there was to look at, and then I played it again and again and again. And then I'm looking at like Shinra Tower in the distance, and how far is that? And like, and like every little thing you could do, I did it, and then I did it again.
That's me. That's me. Like I did the same thing every single day. I turned on my PlayStation and I played the demo at least once every single day leading up to release.
3 times.
At least 3 times. Honestly, yes. At least 3 times.
I'm sorry. I'm just laughing because I'm imagining your boss finding a clip of you in your Dio outfit. Like, I skipped work because I was up to 4 a.m. playing Final Fantasy.
They're like, no, I don't know this guy.
That's why I'm in disguise.
It's in disguise.
Who's Wily? What are we
talking about, man?
That's
Excalidio. Excalidio. Love it. All right, y'all. This has been a fun podcast. Thank you so much for what's up. What am I missing? Awards.
And you also did you ever put in the lieutenant? I didn't forget.
Oh, I didn't forget either. I didn't forget. Yeah, here they come. What is it? It is smooth. Buttery deep. Buttery deep is the buttery deep. Here they go.
All right, Lieutenant.
Juice box.
The juice box. Thanks, bro. Thanks all of you for the Chocobo. Dude, there's like not much left. I know Buttery Deep is a bit of a stretch to ask you guys.
Buttery Deep.
Guys,
Buttery Deep.
If you want to show support to the homies, we love seeing your names run across. It makes me feel better. I think it makes everybody else and how much engagement we're getting feel better.
I'm going to run it again.
Oh, we're running it again?
We're running it again because his name was cut off a little bit. Lieutenant the Juice Box.
Lieutenant
the Juice Box leads the pack this time. The Chocobo Cavalry. You guys can also be part of the Chocobo Cavalry. All you have to do is comment on the video, not chat. Comment.
Not the VOD.
Buttery Deep.
Buttery Deep is
Buttery
the password.
Deep,
Whoever is, if you are not in the cavalry, it will get you in the cavalry. But if you're the first one to comment it, even if you were in the cavalry, you're the lieutenant, and I will shout you out whenever we do it in the next episode. That's it.
And shout out to Kalia and coming in here with the Kofega. Because God, it's got to be what 4 a.m. for you. What are you? No, wait, what are you talking about? It's morning time. You're awake and you're getting ready for work probably. But there you are. Thank you so much for tuning in. Because gosh, we run these things into the night.
Oh, you don't get to talk. You're a bit behind us, man.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. So there you go, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I believe that will close us out. Actually, let's do a quick look at our awards for this chapter. I don't have a best battle yet, but best music was No Promises to Keep by me and Excalidio. And then it was Dragoon King saying Don Corneo and Abzu.
Dude, it's so funny that that's there because I'm going to be 1000% honest. It probably should be No Promises to Keep. I forgot.
that was the thing.
Because I was only going by
because it's part 2.
Yeah, that's hilarious, bro.
But dude, no, put it back to No Promises.
Put it back to No Promises. Okay, there you go.
I forgot, bro.
Best battle for Excalibur was Abzu Jockey, Don Corneo. And then Rufus over there. I don't really know what mine was. What did I say earlier? What did I say? Like, this might be it. Oh, maybe the worm, the Giga Worm. I don't know. Giga Worm. Just because.
We just can't get away from it, man.
Just because I landed that perfect parry, bro. With the go on, I was like, yo, Expedition 33 is coming in handy.
Clutch.
Best side quest. I have Gold Cup or Bust. Excalibur has Escape from Rider's Block. Dragoon King has Sand and Circuses. Best rebirth, I got Skywheel Date, and so does Dragoon King. Excalibur has Loveless as the best rebirth. The best birth, brand new to this game and not in the original, I have No Promises to Keep performance, and so does Dragoon King. Excalibur says really like the VR Jesse. I don't know what the get hype moment was, so maybe we'll come back to that another time.
Advent Children reference, Kate on Red's back.
That's the get hype. Yeah, that's the get hype moment.
I was actually kind of popping. I'm like,
listen,
yo!
I think that's Scotch and Koch freestyle, bro.
That's
Come
probably
on.
that. No, you're absolutely right. Actually, Scotch and Koch.
That was almost my best
Crap.
birth. And I'm like, I can't do
That is actually the get hype moment because I remember that happening the first playthrough, and I am just all smiles. I'm like, this is freaking amazing.
Bro,
I love it.
Such a moment.
I hate to break it to you, bitch, but you're out.
Ow. But you're out.
See ya.
See ya.
Don't need ya. Oh man, yeah.
Man.
All right, so there you have it, everybody. Thanks so much for watching this. I do really appreciate all of your support. Oh, look, the cavalry's back every time. The cavalry's going to run through it one more time.
Laughing. Wait, is the Shinra middle manager the 4th panel?
Yeah, he's our 4th guest.
Oh, dude.
Oh, God.
No, shout out to Wyatt. I gotta say, bro, I can't believe you actually kept that on the entire time.
East
I'm
Blue.
ready to take it off, bro. I'm ready.
I gotta rip it up.
East Blue, I saw your comment earlier about you wanted to know what I thought about Expedition 33 versus Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That is such a very interesting question. And if you tune in on Tuesday, maybe I'll answer it. Tuesday, we will be doing the Expedition 33 spoiler cast because I rolled credits and I need to talk. I want to talk. I want to talk about it. It's an amazing video game, and if you haven't played it yet, please, please, please go play Expedition 33. It does live up to all the hype that it is receiving, and it deserves all of the hype that it received. So, yeah. Play Expedition 33, and I'll see you on Tuesday for the spoiler cast, and then, what else are we going to do? Oh, yeah, a sweet topic afterwards that will answer your question. So there you go. And with that being said, that will conclude our broadcast evening. I have been the Warrior of Hype, and I will always be the Warrior of Hype. And joined with me was our very special guest, the Excalidio. Shaved his mustache for that. There we go. And then
Make it a unibrow.
yeah. Oh yes, please make it a unibrow.
Can you please make it a unibrow?
Can you please? Oh my god.
Can you please?
Witness my glory.
Dude, that's a good look. You should actually just look like that.
You should just actually look like that. Oh my god, the way you laugh and with your arms crossed and with the unibrow mustache, you look like a villain. Like,
But I gotta.
like it's some
Just
anime out of freaking
try.
One Piece or something. I don't know. Like what? What do we? What? It's all crooked. It's so
I can't
crooked.
get it.
It's so crooked.
Where do I need to go? All right, man.
All right, John. That's been
We're
great.
We're going back.
Dragoon King, thank you so much for being here as well, man.
Always a pleasure.
Oh,
Oh man, thanks for having me. It's always a good time. And thanks Chocobo Calvary, and thank you Shinra Middle Manager for being the fourth. Make sure you say goodnight to him and shout him out.
How do Mr. Bigglesworth? How do they sound? I'm a munchkin. It looks like a munchkin. Is that how they talk?
Represent the Lollipop Guild.
We
that's
represent
what I
the
was thinking. The Lollipop
Guild.
Guild.
Is that not it? What? No, that's what is that? Is that
That
Lilo and
wasn't,
Stitch? Blue punch buggy.
You're going a little too Stitch with it.
Blue punch buggy. Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Lilo and Stitch, or that's Stitch. I don't even know how
Stitch we landed in Oz. That's what you're trying to do.
We are there, gentlemen. We are there.
We've made it to the end of the night. It is late and we're tired and we're getting loopy. So with that being said,
I've been loopy.
just bust out those vibro detectors and have a good night, everybody. Take care. Whatever the freaking sign off was. Take care now. Bye bye then. There it is.